Okay. Okay, should be live. Okay, should be. Alright, just testing the sound. Game audio shouldn't be super loud.
Seems all the other knights already have their hands full.
Alright, this is probably, depending on how this goes, I don't have a whole lot of news articles this week. This week has been rather slow regarding tech news, gaming news. Also, the Tekken 8 closed network test ended earlier this week. I unfortunately didn't get in, otherwise I would have been covering that game more in depth on the channel on the gaming side. But because of that, we're going to kind of ignore that. That was one thing. The big game that did release this week, as of today, is Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm not playing it as you guys can see. Because if I was going to play that, we'd end up getting distracted talking about news-related things or tech-related topics. And those of you that have been watching my streams for every week on Thursday, so every Thursday evening, I go live on this channel to talk about all things tech-related and gaming-related. So, I usually will be playing either Genshin Impact dailies, like I am right now, or Honkai Star Rail dailies. So, I don't want to try to... I typically don't want to play a game that I really want to complete during the Thursday live stream, because we tend to get distracted. The chat will bring up a topic, or I'll talk about some tech thing, and then that ends up taking up a huge chunk of time, and I don't get anywhere in the game. So, because of that, I just typically will play something like this, doing dailies casually, while chatting with viewers about anything that's on their mind regarding something in the news, in terms of like tech articles, or build advice for those that are building a PC. I don't know what happened here. Why is this like this? So, but if you guys have questions, any of you who are tuning in for the first time, or if you've watched these live streams before, the way it usually works is I upload videos throughout the week, and if you have any question regarding those videos, like I know recently I did a lot of videos on memory, on high-density DDR5 memory, and so if there's any questions on that, feel free to ask away, and we'll try to answer those questions.
So sorry.
Wow, this dude died quick. But anyway, usually what happens is the way these streams usually go is I usually am doing something like this, and as viewers tune in and ask questions, we will deviate from me just playing a game to actually answering those questions. And we may do some whiteboard discussions on any sort of thing regarding like memory, CPU, motherboards, GPUs, etc. And that's the format. So that's kind of the intro for the stream, and if nobody asks any questions, I'll just continue to play the game. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I guess that was that. So I'm just doing my dailies while the viewers start tuning in. That's usually how these go. I could play a different game. I'm really behind in this game though, so it's like I'd rather kind of play Genshin Impact, because I haven't played this game in a while, and I know that there's a big summer event, and I want to try to finish it and get all the stuff. I'm mostly through. I went back and played it, I think 2 weeks ago, and did most of it, but there's still plenty of stuff that I need to do. Hey, good evening, Joey. So we'll see how this goes. Where is this thing? It's like the map is... Hold on a second. Oh. Now it tells me, after I drop down. I guess I should have targeted it correctly in the first time. On the first attempt, but oh well. Yeah, so I don't have a whole lot to discuss on this live stream, tech-wise, unless you guys have questions. We were going to talk about a couple of things that came out. So on the gaming side, for those that are tuning in now, Tekken 8, the second closed network test finished earlier this week. I unfortunately was not part of that, so I don't have anything to say there. But that is my most anticipated fighting game. I don't know if it's coming out this year or if it's going to be early next year. I wish it would come out in Q4. That would be nice. But if not, then, you know, it's Street Fighter 6, which I'm not a big Street Fighter person. Like, I'm not a big fan of that franchise, but that is the largest fighting game franchise, as far as I know. That, and I think Mortal Kombat's pretty big, but Street Fighter is a lot more popular than Mortal Kombat globally. So that's the big, like, one thing that happened this week. The other big news item on the gaming side of the house is Baldur's Gate 3 did release. Any updated info on 4090 Ti? No. We talked about it like 2 weeks ago, or maybe it was last week. Supposedly it was canceled. Realistically, it's not canceled. So it's not going to come out this quarter. So it's canceled for the quarter, but it's not canceled indefinitely. It may come out, but it'll come out either early next year or the very end of this year. Like at Q4 at the earliest for the 4090 Ti. And I think it'll be $2,000. Maybe $1,800 if Nvidia's feeling generous, but I think it's going to be $1,999, just like the 3090 Ti. Yeah, there's not a whole lot in the GPU market. AMD did launch on the workstation side for professional cards, AMD did launch the W7600, and I think there's also like 7500. There might be an article about that, which we can go into later. But it's not a whole lot. Not a whole lot on the GPU side. What I understand is... Ooh, that cat did a backflip. Did you see that? I slashed my sword and the cat, like, jumped back. It, like, literally leapt backwards. Did you see that? It did it again. What? What? The cat's doing a backflip. Look at that. It makes a noise too. It like kind of growls at me. I didn't know the cats in this game do that. That's hilarious. What? That's like a weird backflip. I don't know why I find that so entertaining, but you know how it is with like cats. Cat videos on YouTube. That was like a thing for a while. That thing like that's a backflip. Poor cat. Okay, I'll stop bothering him. Alright, so what's happening in the consumer market for the graphics cards is there's actually a decrease in supply. So the supply of GPUs is going to become constrained for the next quarter going forward. So don't expect any 4090 Ti, don't expect any... AMD will launch they'll finally launch their mid-range and high-performance cards. Those are going to come out around Gamescom. There's going to be an announcement. And I don't know if there will be, but I think Starfield kind of coincides with Gamescom. Unless Gamescom is after the Starfield release. So there will be some new cards from AMD. But Nvidia is decreasing the supply of chips for the consumer GPU market because so what people don't understand is right now, Nvidia is suffering, or Nvidia is under very heavy pressure to deliver on the lead times for their enterprise customers. So they really need to start cranking out more GPUs for the AI market. And because of that, they are definitely shifting their wafer allocation orders from TSMC to the Grace Hopper, or also known as the H100, the AI GPU platform that they have. So that big massive SoC that was talked about at Computex, basically the thing that made Nvidia's stock price shoot up at the beginning of the summer and basically sustain itself for the foreseeable future. That is the reason why Nvidia is going to start decreasing the supply. They're going to kind of bottleneck the supply of the consumer cards at the expense of the gamers, because they need to fulfill these enterprise orders. And they're going to prioritize their enterprise business customers, because that is a much, much more profitable market for Nvidia as a individual company, as a publicly traded company, than selling, 4060 all the way up to 4090. So because of that, Nvidia's cards will become more, I don't necessarily want to say scarce, but they will, depending on where you are in the world, it will become more challenging to purchase an Nvidia graphics card as you go up the product stack over the next 3 to 6 months. So just keep that in mind. That is a well-known fact, because I'm not somebody who knows about like upcoming hardware leaks and that sort of thing. But what I do know, what I do have visibility to, because of the market that I'm in, I have visibility into the enterprise and the business class orders. So I know for a fact that Nvidia is under very heavy pressure right now from their customers to deliver on the extremely long lead times for their AI chips. So because of that, they are slashing orders of their consumer GPUs, meaning they do not want TSMC to build that many more consumer parts because they can sell their existing inventory. And on top of that, they still have a lot of 30 series cards, especially 3060. There's a lot of 3060s that they still need to sell through. So they're okay with forcing gamers who don't know about like alternatives, like for example AMD or even Intel for that matter, people who just assume that Nvidia is like the only game in town, they will be forced to buy whatever is available for the next 6 months, because that's what they have to do, because they have obligations to deliver to their big money customers, so to speak. So like the old saying goes, money talks. And the 4090 is kind of cheap compared to these AI accelerators, these Grace Hopper parts. So that's the reason why I don't expect anything from Nvidia in the consumer market for the next several months. For the AMD, for the Radeon side, AMD still needs to sell through a whole bunch of RDNA 2. Because they have to sell through all this, primarily 6700 XT, 6950 XT, 6750 XT, and the 6800. Those cards, there's still a whole bunch of RDNA 2 cards that AMD has to sell. I've been saying this since probably March of this year. I'd have to go back and look at my live streams, but I know we've talked about AMD's challenge of emptying out their inventory of RDNA 2, and that is the reason why we have not seen any new graphics cards from AMD in the middle. So for example, there's no 7700 XT, there's no 7800 XT. Those cards are not going to show up until they get to a low enough threshold. Now, I know that they can't go a certain amount of time, a certain number of quarters without launching a product, because then it starts to raise questions from their shareholders as to what's going on. So I think they're going to wait until the last moment possible, which is going to probably be September. So I would expect the 7800 XT to launch around Gamescom. I don't know if it'll launch at Gamescom or if it'll just be revealed at Gamescom and then launch like a couple of weeks after. That's usually how they've launched their Radeon products in the past. If you go back and look at how the 6000 series was launched,
in place after all.
it follows that format. The 7900 XT and the XTX also follow that same format. Hey Hades and Sid, do you wait? So Hades with that like Obi-Wan Kenobi hello there. With that Obi-Wan entrance. Or that Obi-Wan greeting. Hey, you think that's why they supposedly canceled? Yes. So okay. I want to make one thing clear. When the news media is saying canceled 4090 Ti, that is a clickbait title. That is not 100% wrong, but it's not 100% true either. So the 4090 Ti will be an actual product. It's just not going to launch when they initially wanted to launch it. They're basically going to hold it back. They're not ordering any manufacturing from TSMC for the 4090 Ti for this quarter. So they aren't going to sell any this quarter. So in that regard, it is canceled. But later on, once they get through some of this backlog on the Grace Hopper and the H100, then they can release the 4090 Ti. There will be a 4090 Ti. Guaranteed there will be a 4090 Ti. It just won't come out until probably Q1 of next year. So just keep that in mind if you've been wondering about that. So it's a thing. It exists. It's not like they're not going to sell it, because why would they not sell something that they have as like a flagship model? You mean when people say canceled, it's like completely gone? Well, those people don't know what they're talking about. They don't understand the inner workings of a publicly traded company and what they need to deliver on it to their customers. So, for example, like, think about it like this. If you pay me, let's say you pay me $5 million to buy some Grace Hopper AI professional servers with Mellanox switching. If you pay me $5 million to deliver that to you, and then let's use MSI, or no, let's use Zotac, because Zotac is an NVIDIA exclusive AIB, or maybe PNY. It doesn't really matter. We'll use Zotac as an example. So let's say you're Zotac, and let's say you buy about $700 to $1 million worth of graphics card chips. That is a mix of everything from the 4090 all the way down to the 4060, right? You're not going to buy any 30 series, because I don't build 30 series anymore. I'm not going to sell you any 30 series chips. I don't make them anymore. TSMC doesn't build them anymore. They're end of life. Okay, so you're going to give me $1 million for a mixed bag of 4090 chips, 4080, 4070, 4060, etc. Meanwhile, someone else, let's say Hades, okay, Sid pays $1 million to me to build him a mixed bag of like consumer GeForce chips. Meanwhile, Hades wants to give me let's say Hades gives me $10 million. $10 million for AI Grace Hopper chips. Who do you think I'm going to cater to if I have to basically beg TSMC to give me a production line? I gotta pay TSMC money, by the way. I gotta pay TSMC, about, like, it depends on the wafer, but I gotta pay them a lot of money to build my chips. Who do you think who I'm gonna favor? The guy who's gonna give me $10 million for AI, or the guy who's gonna give me $1 million for like a mixed bag of anything from, entry level all the way up to like flagship? 4090 is not really the flagship. It's the current fastest, but it's not the true fastest. You know what I'm saying? So mixed bag of $1 million consumer market or $10 million business to business. Exactly. The 10 million. And this is what's going on. NVIDIA, do you guys understand? The reason why NVIDIA's stock is so high today is not because of the 4090 and the GeForce brand. It has nothing to do with the GeForce brand. The only reason why NVIDIA's stock is the way it is today is because everybody is going all in like a poker match, like they're putting all their chips in, like quite literally, they're going all in on the chips for the AI. It's all about the artificial intelligence market. And that is where all the money is. And if NVIDIA wants to keep their stock where it is, and if they want to keep it going up, if NVIDIA wants to become the next Tesla stock, they're going to focus on the AI market. They're going to forget about the gaming market because Nvidia's gotten to the point where it's like they can literally neglect and abuse the gamer market that built. Basically, Nvidia's success was built on the backs of the PC gaming market. They can abuse them like it's some kind of messed up marriage. They can abuse the gamers and get away with it. Basically, go and have an affair with like the AI market and get rich off of that. Abuse their gamer demographic, their market, and the gamers are still gonna buy from them. So it's like, who cares? Like, abuse them. Just, you know, make them pay $2,000 for a 4090 Ti when it comes out like early next year. Who cares? We know they're gonna buy it. They're gonna buy it. You know they're gonna buy it. Like, 4090 is gonna constantly be sold out. That's gonna be a fact. It's gonna be harder to get because they're scaling back production of it. So, but who cares? People are gonna still want to buy it. The demand's gonna go up. It's probably gonna go for like $2,000 or more on eBay, just like how just like how the 3090 was and the 3080 was back during the pandemic years. So that's how it's gonna be. So it's not like the narrative's gonna change. I mean, seriously. So I mean, we can dive into it a little bit. Let's go over the first news article that I have that actually talks about that. Let me see here. Let's see. Where did I find that? Hold on, let me share my screen. Okay, so there was an article. I saw it earlier today. I don't know why I don't have it pulled up. Maybe it's under hardware. Here. Okay, this is the reason why when I say these things, I'm not saying these things just to make fun of the gaming market or to put the PC DIY space down. I'm telling it like it is. So right here, NVIDIA's GeForce RTX 4090 is 4 times more popular than AMD's Radeon XTX according to Steam. Now take this with a grain of salt because this is only Steam, but let's be real, Steam is like 75% or maybe 80% or more of the PC gaming market. So I think their numbers are pretty accurate. So when they're saying 4 times more popular, can you imagine that there are people out there, there are a 4-to-1 ratio of people that are willing to spend $1,600 to $2,000 on a graphics card, 4 times more than there are people willing to spend even $1,000 on another graphics card from a different competing brand. So think about that. That right there is testament to the power of NVIDIA's stranglehold grip on the consumer gaming market. And that is the reason why they can get away with abusing the gaming market like it's a messed up marriage, and no one's going to do anything about it. Seriously, no one's going to do anything about it. So, we can talk about it more and more. It's not going to change anything. So we look here. NVIDIA GPUs remain king of the hill on Steam. AMD still in second place, but picking up share in CPUs against Intel. Well, we already know that. I mean, that's been happening for 5 years. But the thing is, let's look at this. Hold on. Where's the part about the... look at this. Look at this. Despite the fact that Gamers Nexus, Hardware Unboxed, Linus Tech... Despite the fact that the big TechTuber community channels, the big channels, kept saying that 40 series, like anything 4070 Ti and lower, are trash and not worth it. Look at that. Despite the fact that all those reviews were negative for the 4070 Ti, the 4080, the 4070, the 4060, especially 4060 Ti. Remember how much that one bombed. But look at this. Even though, despite all the negative press, the negative reviews, there's still, look at how dominant this is. Even the terrible garbage 4060 Ti is at 0.23%. And AMD's XTX, which has been around months longer than the 4060 Ti. Now, granted, this card is like $1,000 or more. This card is like $400 or more. Still, like the fact that this had like months of a lead in terms of time on the market, and it's still only at 0.17. Now, what's not shown here are the other AMD cards, like, for instance, the 7600, the 7900 XT. It'd be interesting to see those numbers. That's not shown here, so we're not seeing the full picture. But the point that I'm making is, look at that. Look at the ridiculous number of like 4090s. This is the part that's crazy, because this card, on average, the average sale price of a 4090 is $1,800. Usually, people are not spending $1,600 for a 4090, especially if they're outside the US. If they're outside of North America, they're spending a lot more than $1,600. The average price in the US is $1,800 because they're usually buying an AIB card, because the Founders Edition is the only one besides a PNY and a Zotac, which you can never find those either unless you live near a Best Buy. But the point is, like, you can't really buy the Founders Edition for $1,600 because it's always sold out. And if you're in the US, the only place to get it is Best Buy. They have like some kind of exclusive deal with Nvidia, so you can't buy one at Micro Center, you can't buy one on Newegg, you can't buy one on Amazon unless you're buying it from a scalper. Crazy. Even after they changed the 4080. Both of my system's GPUs are way under 1% on Steam survey. That and that. Oh, you got 4080 mobile. Yeah, 4080 mobile is kind of, you know, well, that's the thing though. Like, this is the reason why Nvidia can abuse the gaming market, neglect the gaming market, and force gamers to fight, you know, like tooth and claw over like scalper prices of 40 series cards if they decide to like literally drop supply for a quarter just because they need to fulfill all these AI Grace Hopper orders to a lot of their big paying customers. So, I mean, it's so weird because it's like they can easily, literally, with like a Thanos snap, they can basically bring back the crypto dark times that we dealt with for like 2 years, if they wanted to. Like, do you understand the power that Nvidia has right now? If they decide to stop producing 40 series for just a simple 3 months, guess what? 4090 is going to be like $3,000 on eBay. Like within like 2 months, if they do that. You know what I'm saying? So that it shows you kind of like how much of, I don't want to say monopoly, because technically it's not a monopoly, but it's almost a monopoly. It's pretty close that it's a monopoly when you have 4 to 1 ratio of sales of a graphics card that is arguably not even in the same performance tier. Like, we're talking about 2 different performance tiers. This is,
let's get moving.
This is like in one class of its own, and this is in like a 4080 class. You know what I'm saying? So that's ridiculous. There's that many people willing to spend that much more. So yeah, Intel isn't gonna do anything, man. Like, that's too far off. Raja left. He went to a startup. He founded his own startup company. So it's like, if you're hoping for Intel to do something, you're gonna be waiting for 5 years. Just FYI, it's gonna take another 5 years. So both of my systems' GPUs are way under. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's a little bit disgusting when you step back and think about it. If you basically like look at it as an alien from outer space, just looking at the planet Earth and thinking about how humans are little ants and they're irrational in their decision making. Then it kind of makes more sense, but it's still kind of very jarring to think about. Sad that people still won't buy AMD cards. Well, I really think it's because, see, I try to understand why they don't, and it doesn't make any sense to me. A lot of it is, I think a lot of it is misinformation, honestly. Like, a lot of it is misinformation. So, And I don't think the tech media helps with that. I think they actually make it worse. They perpetuate this continuous cycle, this endless cycle of consumer buying habits. Because it's kind of weird when you think about it. It's like, why is it that in the smartphone market, there is Apple and then there's Android? And Apple is a closed system.
Seems all the other
It was
knights
the
already
first
have their
one.
hands full.
It was the first true smartphone. iPhone was first, then Android came out with like the HTC Dream, the G1 back in like 2008. But if you look at the market today, it's kind of like Apple and Windows, but not really, because Apple has managed to maintain their brand image in the same fashion that Nvidia has managed to maintain their brand image. Yet Apple doesn't have like a 4-to-1 sales ratio over Android, if that makes sense. Both companies have their problems too for drivers. Yeah, and the thing with the driver thing, I don't understand. I don't understand where this driver narrative comes from. Like, literally, I really don't understand where this driver narrative comes from. Because I have been using an AMD card. I've been using AMD cards for years. And I've used NVIDIA cards too. And there isn't really anything different. Like, I don't have these weird issues that people talk about. So it's like, I don't know what they do to their computers. But whatever they're doing, they're doing something wrong. That's all I can say. You literally came into the PC space middle of last year and you just want a good value card and not biased towards one company or another. Sad that people... Yeah, but okay, so if you're new to the PC space, one thing that you will notice, though, is that if you're new, you'll first see NVIDIA for the GPU brand. Like, you'll hear of NVIDIA first, and you won't really hear about AMD unless you really start doing research. The average gamer looking to just get a PC, it's usually just, like, especially if it's a pre-built, it's just going to have an NVIDIA GPU and either an Intel CPU or a Ryzen CPU. It really kind of depends also on how you're getting that computer, because a lot of times in the CPU side, Intel is a volume seller. Now, AMD is a volume seller as well, but Intel can outsell AMD in ways that Nvidia cannot outsell
Seems
AMD.
all the other knights already have their
So
hands full.
Nvidia can outsell AMD in a similar way that Intel can, but not exactly. And the reason for that is because Intel makes their own chips. Intel literally manufactures their own CPUs, whereas AMD has to rely on TSMC to make their CPUs. And because of that, there is a limited pool of resources for those wafers. We talked about this in a previous live stream. I drew like a bar chart and kept slicing it up based on vendors that were paying for TSMC wafers. But NVIDIA has a limited number of wafers as well. So both AMD and NVIDIA have to share TSMC's manufacturing capacity alongside Apple and Tesla and a bunch of others. So there's a long line of people that are waiting for TSMC to build their stuff. And both AMD and NVIDIA fall into that list of people waiting in line. So Intel can kind of sidestep that problem because they make their own CPUs. So because of that, Intel can outsell AMD in the CPU market literally because they can manufacture as many CPUs as they want, and they can volume sell. They can just flood the market with all these CPUs, in particular in laptops. And that's the reason why, if you guys look at like startup companies like Framework, if you guys heard of Framework, they're these guys that, like Linus from Linus Tech Tips, he literally invested like $216,000. He literally gave Framework $216,000 as like investment capital to help them get off the ground. He was just one investor, but obviously like He's vested in this company doing well. He wants to see them succeed, right? Hence, he would not have given them the money otherwise. But the point is, like, Framework is trying to disrupt the laptop market by making a modular laptop that you can. It's basically a laptop made of like block modules. So if you want more USB-C, you know, take out your USB-A plug and you plug in a USB-C. And if you want a 3.5-inch audio jack, you take out something for that, and etc. So Framework is actually a really interesting startup company. But Framework, in order to get AMD Ryzen mobile CPUs, they had to basically prove themselves in order to actually get the allocations from AMD. That shows you how limited the supply from TSMC is for these CPUs. And that's the reason why Framework offered Intel 11th gen, Tiger Lake, and then Alder Lake, and now Raptor Lake in their laptops. And now they're finally getting the Ryzen Dragon Range. I don't think they're going to offer Rembrandt, but they're going to offer Dragon Range or Phoenix or one of those on their options now. But the wait list is like into next year. So that's kind of how crazy it is. That's how much the demand is. I think AMD cards run better paired with AMD CPUs. Hades, I mean, that's an interesting observation. I personally don't think it really makes much of a difference. Honestly, I think if you're on a mobile like a laptop, then I think AMD GPU and CPU is better than like AMD GPU plus Intel CPU. However, when you're on desktop, I really think it doesn't make much of a difference. I run both. I mean, I can tell you guys what I'm running right now. Let me see here. I got Paint up here. So I'll tell you guys what I'm running. So the PC that I'm running right now, maybe we should go on PC Part Picker.
In place after all.
Hold up, let me see. Because people are probably curious as to what I'm actually running. Let me see, how do I go to Builder here? Yeah, I think it'll be better if I just do this. The only thing is SAM with AMD. Yeah, but you can do SAM on Intel too. It also works. I've tested it, and that's the reason why I think there's really not much of a difference. But the thing is, right now, AMD CPUs are better for gaming. So I'll tell you guys, so the PC that I'm streaming on right now will build that PC, just to give you guys an idea. So that one is currently using 7950X, this CPU. And it is using NHD 15 Chromax Black as the cooler. So is this large enough for everybody to see? I guess this is large enough. Oh, really? You didn't know? Yeah, no, it works on Intel. You just have to have an AMD GPU that supports a resizable bar. It would be hard to tell the difference between SAM and resizable bar. Yeah, it's actually not that different at all. The only difference is like AMD has the difference between SAM and resizable bar, for those wondering, that's like buying memory for a motherboard that's not on the motherboard's QVL. You know what I'm saying? So if you're running SAM, then that's more like running memory that's validated to work with that motherboard. Only we're talking about a graphics card paired up with a CPU and a motherboard. So that's SAM. SAM's kind of like QVL when it comes to memory. Only we're talking about graphics cards. Whereas resizable bar is the underlying function.
Come on, let's get moving.
But it's not like a certified thing. It's not, you know what I'm saying? So it'll work, but it's not like it was validated. And that's the difference between SAM and resizable bar. You've got, and the reason why the Intel ones, you're not going to see like a Radeon plus Intel be advertised as SAM, because AMD can't validate Radeon running on an Intel CPU, if that makes sense. So they're not going to sign off on that and say, yeah, it's SAM certified, because it's like, no, we didn't make the CPU. We don't know, like, we didn't make the firmware in the BIOS, right? Like, okay, same thing with XMP with AMD. Yeah, kind of. You can think of it that way. I was getting black screens with my this, but I resolved it by disabling FreeSync. Yeah, sometimes, Psycho, some of that also depends on the monitor. I have found that some monitors, even though they're FreeSync compatible, sometimes the monitor itself is kind of finicky with the FreeSync or the vertical refresh, the VRR, or variable refresh, I should say. So the motherboard that I'm running is X670 Aorus Master. So this one. The memory is G skill. Is it G dot skill? Trident Z5. It's gonna be it's a 6400 kit. It was in the video that went up on the channel, and it's a 96 gigabyte kit. 96? Oh wow, these don't show up? 48 gig? My memory's not on this website? Hold on. Trident Z5 RGB 96? What? Whoa, I can't pick my memory. It's not on this website. It's too new. I guess I have to find my old memory? I don't know what to do. I thought you had the Steel Legend. No. The Steel Legend's a different PC. We'll talk about that one later. I'll build that one next. I can't find my memory. This website doesn't have my memory. You guys, this is my memory right here, for those that are wondering. I'm running 96 gigabytes of DDR5 6400 megahertz. I'm running it at 6400 megahertz on Ryzen with the latest BIOS, and it works fine, and it's full 96. So, I mean, it's expensive memory, but it's like the best way to get high speed, high density, and I can't find it on the website, so I guess we're gonna have to like choose some other thing. In that case, we're gonna go with the old memory, Ripjaws S5 64 gigabytes 5600. Cast latency 30. What is up with this website? I can't find any of my parts. It was CL30.
After all.
I guess it's this? I guess it's this. Hold on. Is this the right? 30... 30, yeah, this is it. Okay, that's the memory. That's the old memory. This is the memory that was running before I got the 96. Click compatibility filter. Wait, hold on. So you're saying if I go here... Oh, remove that. 96? Oh, okay. Here it is. This is what I'm running. Bam, right there. Okay, so remove this stuff. That's what I'm running. So I'm running XMP memory on the Aorus Master AMD board, and it works. It works perfectly fine. If that, okay, yeah. So it's this. I know this memory is not on the QVL list, but it works. I mean, I've even got this working on 4 sticks at 192, so I know it works. Okay, in fact, we'll just add another one. well, we won't do that right now because that's in the other PC. So the storage, we are running a what is my boot drive? It's what is it? It's an inland. Is it inland? Inland. Premium 2 terabyte. This one. It's a PCI Gen 3 drive. It's not Gen 4. I think it's this. It's some whatever I got for Micro Center. PC doesn't update memory storage. Okay. With that, and then I've got, what else do I have? I have an inland Prime for Steam games. This one, 2 terabyte. So I've got, that's another PCI Gen 3.
Seems all the other nights.
And then I've got another one. I have a Crucial P1. 1 terabyte? Yeah, 1 terabyte. This is, I've had this one for like many years. So I've got that one, and then I've got Toshiba X300 8 terabyte. This is where I keep all my YouTube, like you guys know when I record my YouTube videos, I have the backups. Basically all the raw unedited footage is all like stored on the 8 terabyte. So I've got that. And so yeah, this is my storage. So you guys can tell from here, if you're familiar with this motherboard can fit 4 M.2 drives. So I still have my primary Gen 5 slot available to add a Gen 5 drive later on. So that one is currently empty. And then I have, I've got another, I got like a SATA SSD. I have a, what is it? A Crucial MX500. Yeah, I've got one of these, 2 terabyte. It's a 2.5-inch SATA SSD. So that's for like a scratch drive, or I think there's some Steam games on this as well. You don't have the Gen 5 drive. No, I do. It's in a different PC. It's with the Steel Legend. It's with the Steel Legend, Hades. So what I'm showing you guys right now is my live streaming workstation that I use for YouTube. Basically, the YouTube channel PC is the PC that you guys see on screen right now. What I'm streaming on right now is literally what is shown on the screen. Like this PC. This is not the PC that I use for benchmarking comparisons. So I don't benchmark games, I don't overclock, I don't do any of that stuff on this PC. This PC is strictly for content creation and live streaming. So it is running stock for 100% daily operation and full stability. We are running XMP. That's like the one thing, but I am not undervolting. The GPU is running in pure stock. In fact, we haven't even talked about the GPU. So the GPU is a Sapphire Nitro, this one right here at the top. So we are running a Sapphire Nitro Plus Radeon RX 7900 XTX. This is the graphics card. Why no undervolt? Because it's not needed. It's totally not needed. I don't want to bother with testing stability. That's the main reason. So I know at bone stock it's always good. So all right, and then the let's see. The cooler or the case is a Fractal Torrent RGB. This one, the black one. Is that right? No, that's not it. That's the compact. Whoops. It's the full-sized one, or it's the mid-tower. Fractal Torrent RGB. This one. Alright, so that's the case. Fractal Torrent RGB with the Prisma fans. And the power supply is a MSI Meg AI 1300p. So it's a 1300 watt platinum right there. Bam. You gotta have the good power supply if you don't want your PC randomly shutting off because of voltage spikes, transient loads. In my opinion, overclocking isn't worth it anymore. Yeah, it really isn't worth it for, like, if you can use Curve Optimizer. I've done a video on that for Curve Optimizer. You can do that to cut down on power consumption and technically try to increase boost frequency. But that's pretty much the limit. Okay, so operating system, we are running Windows 10 Professional, this one. I mean, do I even need to list this? And then the monitor, I guess you guys probably want to know the monitor. The monitor, so I'm running 3 monitors. The primary monitor in the middle is a Sony InZone M9, 27-inch 4K 144 Hz IPS. So this is the main monitor. That's the gaming monitor in the middle. Then I'm running 2 AOC Agon 24-inch. They don't even have it. It's 1440p 27-inch. So is there like a way to show like an old monitor? Let's see. 24-inch 1440. They don't even have. I have like one of the most rare monitor, like 24-inch 1440p is so hard to find. Why doesn't anybody make these? These are the best. This is the best size and resolution for someone who has perfect 20/20 vision. You have to add it with custom link. A gone 1440p. This is not it. This is it. This is it. It's worth that much money. Wow, okay. This is the monitor. This is the monitor. It even has a kickstand for my headphones. It's got a kickstand for my headphones. It has a solid metal base, VESA mount, built-in speakers, dual HDMI, DisplayPort. It has FreeSync on the two HDMIs and the DisplayPort, and it's a 144 Hertz, and it's a 2 millisecond gray to gray TN panel. Best monitor of 2017. I got this in 2017. So yeah, this one. So how do you do custom link? Because this is the link. But the thing is, it's $1,200. When I bought this monitor was $300. For those wondering, when you could actually buy this monitor back in the day, it was a $300 monitor. I thought that was a steal of a deal. So anyway, below in... Where do I go?
Seems all the other knights already have their...
Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. We got the Sony one in there. But anyway, that's it. Like, there's two of these. There's two of these. One on the left, one on the right. So, yeah. So two of those, plus that Sony. That's basically the PC. Like, this is basically it, I think. With all this storage stuff, and then, yeah. Okay, now how do I guess... Now let me build the other one. We'll duplicate this, and then we'll reset these. So now what I want to do is I want to build the other PC. So Hades was asking about the Steel Legend. So the Steel Legend is a completely different computer, and it has a completely different set of parts. So we got to clear all of this stuff out, because none of this stuff applies, except Windows. Windows can stay. Different case, not that. Not this, different GPU. Different power supply, different CPU, different everything. Everything's different except the RAM. The RAM is exactly the same. And then all the like storage is also different, except there is also an inland prime. No, is there? Yeah, I think there's an inland prime on that one too, but there's no this. And there's no Toshiba. Wait, you actually paid this? No, I'm saying this is the operating system that I'm running. Okay, so you got 4090. Did you manage to get the one from Best Buy? Because I can never seem to find that one in stock. Because that's the only one that I would get. Anyway, you put it in the general? Oh, in the Discord? Oh, how to do the custom link? Okay. Let me find that real quick. Add a custom. Okay, well, I mean, we can probably add it. Okay, so for the let's build this PC now. Now I'm gonna show you guys the benchmarking PC for like testing and reviews and that kind of stuff. So for the benchmarking one, we are running a Ryzen 9 7950X3D. And we are using a Deep Cool 8K620. So we're using this air cooler on this CPU. It has, you got the Supreme X. It has a better cooler and a VRM than the Founders. Well, the thing is, the NVIDIA reference cards always have kind of garbage VRMs. Just saying, like the NVIDIA, they're not terrible, but they're not like anything amazing. It's more about the looks. Is that the liquid cooled one? No, he's getting the Supreme. It's the Supreme. I know which one it is. I've seen it. Anyway, motherboards for this one is... Wait, what's going on here? Why is my motherboards blank? X670E. Why is it all blank? What happened? Okay. Steel Legend. So this one has the Steel Legend. So we're using 7950X3D, Deep Cool, Air Cooler, Steel Legend from ASRock, same exact memory. This SSD's in here. There's another SSD. The primary one is a... You know, I don't even know what the primary boot drive is. Oh, there's an inland... there's a really cheap inland QN. This one, that's in there. So there's these two. I think it's just these two. So I've got like 4 terabytes for like Steam and stuff on here. So it's just these two. And then I think we've got... For the video card... We are running on... So this PC, as you guys can imagine, the testing PC that's used to benchmark and review and test overclocking and that kind of stuff, the GPU that's in this PC changes a lot. So currently, the graphics card that is in here as of today, literally right now, is the RTX 3090 Ti NVIDIA Founders Edition. You heard that right. It's the rare 3090 Ti Founders Edition. So it's literally harder to find this. It's easier to find a 4090 Founders Edition than a 3090 Ti Founders Edition. So I'm using the literal Founders Edition 3090 Ti. So that one is in there right now. And then for the case, we are running the Cooler Master... Scout or CM Storm Scout 2 Advanced. Yeah, this one. So that's the case. Cooler Master CM Storm Scout 2 Advanced. I've had this case for almost 10 years. It's a wonderful case. This case was one of the last cases to feature an actual handle on the top. If you want to take this to a LAN party, this was the perfect case for a LAN. It had the secure things on the side for like a padlock or something, and then or like a Kensington, and then it also has the handle to literally carry it with you. You didn't want water cooling. See, exactly the reason why I am running an air cooler on the CPU. For what Matt just said is the reason why you'll never see me deal with water on my components. Now, maybe someday I might do it just to do some kind of custom build, but the thing is, I pull out parts all the time. I don't want to be dealing with custom loop, tubing, all that kind of stuff. It's too much. I could buy like an EK360 and use one of those, like all-in-ones. But the problem with a 360 radiator is I don't have a case. Like, the Cooler Master can't fit that. The biggest liquid cooler that a Cooler Master can fit, like the Scout 2, is like a 240. And a 240 is garbage. A 240 rad is worse than a Noctua D15. AIO will not cool. Well, okay, it depends on the AIO. The only AIO that will beat my Deep Cool and my Noctua is a 360 radiator. Just FYI. If you're doing 240 radiator is less than Noctua D15. Okay. So in order for let's put it this way. In order for a 240 radiator to match or exceed a Noctua D15, it has to spin the fans at over 3,000 RPM on a liquid cooler just to match my air cooler. So that's the reason why, and I'm speaking from experience. I used to have a Corsair 240, and that's the reason why I know. I had an H110, and I will never use any kind of like 240 or any of those AIOs, because those are garbage compared to a big, nice air cooler. Generally, how long does AIOs last? About 5 years. About 5 years. But you guys know, you know how old my NHD14 is? My NHD14 is more than 10 years old, and I still use it. In fact, it was on this PC until I moved it to my Linux PC. So,
I didn't know you were such a...
air coolers will outlast liquid coolers, like, hands down, like, guaranteed. All right, power supply for this is a power spec. Power spec. Oh, great. Again, another one that's not on the list. Power 1250. Oh, man. What's up with all these, like... Do we really have to do custom links again? Why do they not have these? Compatibility? Remove that? Oh, okay. Just remove the compatibility. That didn't really fix it either. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this. So I'm running Power Spec. Power Spec is like Micro Center's brand, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a Micro Center 1250 watt gold, I think. And it actually has the connector for the 4090 or the 3090 Ti.
The other knights already have their hands full.
Should get a Peerless Assassin. Who makes... Is that Thermalright? That sounds like something that Thermalright would make. I can't find the thing. Let's just put like 1250 watt. Just pick a 1250 watt. Thermal take tough power. G-skill. Let's just go with this random one from XFX there. There. That's not the right power supply, but that's the right wattage. And it's 80 plus gold, so whatever.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Okay, so this is the PC. This is like the other one. This is the one that, and then the monitor is like gone again. It's the same monitor that we can't link because it's too old. It's the 1440p 24-inch. There's like 2 of them. So I've got 2 more of these set up for that PC with the 7950X 3D. Very cheap and arguably best air cooler right now. What was that one called? You said it was the Peerless. Is this like from Scythe or something? Oh, it is Thermalright. It is Thermalright. Dude, this thing looks like an NHD 14 ripoff. That is so cheap, though. Wait, $40 for an NHD 14 knockoff? And here I thought the Deepcool. I thought the Deepcool AK620 was the cheap knockoff. This thing's even cheaper. Wow, if I knew about this, I probably would have gotten one of these. That's hilarious. Oh, but see, look, the problem is, look at the RAM slots, though. I guess that's not a problem, but it's like, it's kind of weird when you have to run the RAM. The thing that surprises me about the Deepcool, I can fit my Trident Z5s underneath the Deepcool's front fan without any issue with clearance from the Deepcool, which is very interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Because with the Noctua D15, you can't run the Trident Z. Like, the RAM's heat spreaders are too tall because the Noctua has that giant fan in the front. So you have to actually, like, lift the fan up, and it's running, like, offset. So that's kind of annoying. But this is very surprising. That's interesting. They all have... Alright, let's just remove the windows, because that's whatever. Okay, so this is kind of the... Yeah, 3,500, that doesn't sound right. That sounds like way too much. I don't know what... Like, what's causing that? Oh, the GPU. It's because of this thing. Apparently 3090 Ti's still go for almost MSRP on Amazon, according to this. That's funny. Surprised you never heard of the Peerless Assassin one. I've heard of the Thermalright something from way back in the day. But yeah, no, I've just used the Noctua D14. Like really, in fact, actually let's do the third PC while we're at it. Let's build the third one now. Okay, so the third PC is gonna be interesting because the third PC is gonna seem like it doesn't work with the stuff that's in it, but we'll go over that. So it doesn't have any of this stuff. So the third PC is the rare PC that you guys almost never see me talk about or showcase on the channel. Now I did do a video featuring the elusive third PC earlier. I think it was like a week ago now. I looked at 128 gigabytes of memory on it, and it is currently running 128 gigabytes of memory. So Deepcool has the new Assassin. Yeah, Hades. I remember I saw the video on the Deepcool Assassin, but the problem is I was like, yeah, the Deepcool AK620 is so cheap at Micro Center, and the thing is when I went to Micro Center to get the Steel Legend, I was like, I'm just gonna get the Deepcool because it was there and it was cheap, and I didn't want to run the Wraith Prism on the 7950X3. That wasn't gonna work because I was gonna move the Noctua D14 to a different computer. All right, so this third computer is the one that is used as kind of like a back workstation, back office workstation for those that are wondering. So, but anyway, like this is the test bench computer for those wondering for now. Like this is what it's currently running. The GPU tends to get swapped out a lot. And then we've got the primary one, this one right here, which is the one we're using right now. Okay, and then the third PC. So this is gonna be an interesting one because this one actually uses an Intel CPU. This one features the Intel Core i9 13900K. I did a PC build video on this like way back on launch day of the 13th gen, and so this is going to be this computer. So for those that are wondering about what's in this computer, now we're going to finally reveal the contents of the Intel computer that I have. So the CPU cooler is 600 watts, yay. Yeah, this one uses the most electricity. This PC uses a lot of electricity. That's why I don't use it for live streaming, because if I use this one for live streaming, the room will get really, really hot, and it'll be kind of uncomfortable for me. So, I mean, trust me, I have done some live streams with this PC in the past. There are a few of them on the channel, but it's rare. Okay, so the cooler for this is the Noctua NHD14, the ancient Noctua NHD14, the granddaddy of Noctua's brand. This is the cooler that put Noctua on the map of relevancy. So I'm running the Noctua NHD14. This was the predecessor to the NHD15. So I'm running this. I've had the Noctua D14 for over 10 years. I think I got this thing back in like 2012. So it's literally been about 11 years since I've had this cooler, and that is the reason why I like air coolers a lot more than AIOs, because I can literally use them forever, provided that Noctua continues to support the socket with like a mounting frame, because the thing is, the D14 is so old that when Ryzen 1st Gen came out in 2017, Noctua had to provide a AM4 mounting kit to retrofit the D14 so the D14 could work with the Ryzen CPUs. Similarly, back in 2021, when Intel launched 12th Gen Alder Lake, again, Noctua had to release a retrofit kind of a mount kit that I have, obviously, because I'm using this with the 13th Gen CPU. So as long as they do that, you can pretty much keep using your air coolers indefinitely. As long as you're upgrading your PC, You don't have to worry about like, oh, is it going to fit? Is it not going to work? No. I mean, I'm using a 11-year-old cooler on a very power-hungry CPU, and it works. I think you had the i9 power limited to that. Yeah, and what I ended up doing is, and I actually am running it in what's called Intel POR, POR. It stands for something of reference, plan of reference. I forget exactly what that acronym stands for, but basically in the Gigabyte BIOS, there is a setting called Intel POR. You do Intel POR, and that basically sets power limit 1 and power limit 2 equal to 253 watts. Now, the only downside of doing that is if you do that, it will drop your Cinebench, your multi-thread scores, basically drop all the way down to like 30, anywhere from like 33,000 to like 34,500. So you lose quite a bit of multi-thread performance by making it run at Intel's reference specification. It becomes slower than like a 7950X or even a 7950X 3D in multi-thread if you do that. But it does cut down power dramatically. It still ends up using more power than AMD because AMD maxes at like 230, whereas this thing maxes at 253. So it's still using a little bit more power. And compared to the X3D, it's still using a lot more than the X3D because the X3D I think is like 120, and then like it maxes on full boost to like 180 something. So there's that to keep in mind. So it still uses the most power even though I have it power limited. And I've lost performance in it by doing that. But the thing is, it's a lot more well-behaved because I refuse to run a massive 360 AIO with it. And that's the only way I'm able to tame it and control the temperatures on it at the expense of reduced performance. Okay. So on Reddit, there is a long thread where someone used BIOS this to get that, to run that on the semi. Yeah, there's actually a really good Reddit post of somebody in Taiwan who managed to get they managed to get 6,000. They managed to get 128 gigabytes to run at 6,000 on a, I think it was a 7800X3D. I have to go back and look at the thread, but he left a comment on my video for my 192 gigabyte video that I did recently. He mentioned that, so I'm definitely going to look at that. So I might revisit overclocking memory, 192 gigabytes of memory on Ryzen, trying to get it to run at 6,000. So he told me that the secret is, and I updated the video with his comment that he left for me. Basically, you have to, the secret lies in the on-die terminations. So things like proc ODT and those subsettings for the resistances, for the bus terminations, that is the hidden secret sauce that will allow you to achieve 5,200, 5,600, and even 6,000. In some cases, of course, it also comes down to a little bit of luck. You got to have a really good IMC. But he was able to pull it off, and it was pretty stable, looking at his results. So I'm definitely going to try that. No, that thread was for 128. Yeah. Yeah, and yes, he did get 6,000. Yeah, exactly. And to me, that seems very interesting. Because if you can do 6,000 on 128, you might be able to do 5,600 on 192. Because from what I understand, going from the dual rank 32 gig DIMM to the dual rank 48 gig DIMM is actually not that much more stressful on the IMC. So it's possible that we could probably see 5,600 on 192 gigabytes. If that's true, here's the thing that's kind of mind-blowing. If that's true, if that can be reliably stable at that density of RAM, that actually means that AMD's actually going to be better than Intel for high density, because I can't get my Intel CPU to run beyond 4800 megahertz at 128 gigabytes of RAM. I tried many things. It took me a couple of days to make that video because I went back and I kept trying to tune it and I couldn't get it to go beyond 4800 and actually be stable. So if AMD can reliably do 6000 for 128 or even 5600 for 128, that to me means that it's actually better than Intel, because I care more about density than like the absolute speed. So I don't care about 32 gigabytes running at 8000 or whatever. To me, that's irrelevant, because who cares if it's only 32 gigs of RAM? Like 32 gigs of RAM is like, that's nothing. I mean, that's literally nothing, dude. Like you can't run an LLM on 32 gigs of RAM. It's not gonna fit. It's not even gonna fit. So it's useless. You know what I'm saying? So to me, 32 gigs is like bare minimum. That's minimum spec for a 2023 PC. Most people should be targeting 48 or 64 if they're trying to like future-proof themselves for the next 2 to 3 years, for the up until the next refresh cycle or the next socket. So yeah, I'm all about 128. I'm all about, like, to me, 64 is where it's at. And if you want high density, if you're a true enthusiast and you want high density, you probably want dual sticks 96, or which is what I'm running right now, or you're going to be running like 128 on 4 sticks. But you know, the challenge is the speed. And if AMD with this new Magic BIOS can do that, then to me it's a no-brainer. That's like, and they can do Gear 1 because it's sub 6000. That to me is like, that's better. That's just straight up better. That, yeah. So anyway, motherboard for this is the Z790 Aorus Master. So this one. So basically the same exact one as the AMD one. It's just the Intel one. And then for the memory, we are running Ripjaws S5 5600, and I'm running 128 gigabytes at 4800, but the memory's rated for 56. So it is this one? No. This? No. They have like so many. I guess it's hold up. 64 GB 56 CL30. Why am I not able to find? There it is. This one.
Come on, let's get moving.
I think it's this. Let me make sure. So it's CL30. CL30 36 36 89. This is the Hynix. And I'm running 2 of them, so we're running 4 sticks. So that is, we need to put another one, or I guess increase the quantity. So there's another one of these, Ripjaws S5 64. I mean, it's the RAM that you guys saw in the video. This stuff, right? Yeah. So there's 2 of those, so 4 sticks on Intel at 4800. Because I can't get it to go faster. And the thing is, I checked with, I looked at some Reddit threads on Intel. Because I'll be honest with you guys, up until I attempted 128 gigabytes on Intel, I had no idea what the upper limit on Intel was for 4 sticks. Because everything that I found online were all these useless articles about people talking about 7200, 8000, 8200 on like 2 sticks of puny 16 gigs of RAM. And I'm thinking that is completely useless information. Where's the 4 sticks? Where's the actual challenge here? Come on now. And what I found was there was a Reddit thread under, I think it was the PC DIY Reddit or space. And JJ from Asus was on there, and he was saying that in Asus's own internal testing for Alder Lake and Raptor Lake, the maximum they were able to see on 4 sticks on Intel was 5200 megahertz for 128 gigs. So he said the typical range is on Raptor Lake is anywhere from 4800 to 5200. So in theory, I should be able to somehow get to 5200. I tried a few things. It wasn't working. I have to look into it further. But I'm currently only able to do 4800 with my 4 sticks of memory. And this is SK Hynix CL30, so it's not like it's like bad RAM or anything. But to me, it was like when I tested AMD at 128 on the exact same RAM back in February of this year, back on the old AGESA, I was able to do 4800 as well. So to me, it's like I can do 4800 on AMD, 4 sticks. I can do 4800 on Intel, 4 sticks. Where's the difference? So with AMD, at least there are some guides that show how to get it using proc ODT and the on-die terminations. Now with Intel, I have no idea like what to do to get it to go beyond 4800 because I tried VCCSA, I tried 1.4 on the RAM and all this other stuff, and it wasn't stable. You fire up Forspoken, the thing crashes within like 2 minutes. I get like a cannot read file error in Forspoken. So it's like, okay, well, it's obviously not stable, so I'm doing something wrong. But there's not a whole lot of info out there on Intel, which is very surprising because there's all these useless guides about 7200 and 8000 for 2 sticks and all that stuff. It's like, no, where's the 4 sticks? Like, give me the 4 sticks. I don't care about 2 sticks. That's garbage, okay? It's not useful. All right, anyway, we have a Prime. We've got one of these in here. And then I think that's, the boot drive on the Intel is a Samsung Evo 970 Evo Plus, 2 terabyte. Again, it's a Gen 3 drive, so I'm running a bunch of Gen 3 drives in a Gen 4 motherboard, because that's how we do it. And then, because they're cheap. And then, yeah, so that's what's in there. And then we have the graphics card. So the graphics card in the Intel system is you guys probably remember this graphics card because I did an unboxing, I did a review, and all this stuff. After you saw the video, you're convinced Forspoken is better than Memtest? Yeah, it's pretty good. Forspoken is actually really good at stability testing RAM. It's crazy. And the reason why it's so good is because it uses direct storage. And direct storage is it's like constantly streaming game assets from the drive, in this case the SSD, into the memory. So it's like, and then from the RAM, it'll cache into the VRAM. So actually, I take that back. It'll read it from, yeah, that's actually right. It reads it from the SSD into RAM because the CPU is doing the decompression. This is the thing about Forspoken. So the reason why Forspoken is more useful as a memory tester than like Ratchet and Clank or Spider-Man, because I think Ratchet and Clank uses direct storage. I think. You guys might have to correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I think the recent release of Ratchet and Clank uses direct storage, and it uses direct storage 2.0. So the difference between Ratchet and Clank versus Forspoken is Ratchet and Clank doesn't use the CPU to stream the game to decompress. That's the word I'm looking for. It doesn't use the CPU to decompress the game assets from the drive. It uses the graphics card to decompress those textures. So that means that you're less likely to get accurate memory test results from Ratchet and Clank versus Forspoken, because Forspoken is direct storage 1.0, and it uses the CPU to decompress the assets. Therefore, it is very heavy on the RAM and the CPU versus Ratchet and Clank, which is going to test the VRAM for stability. So Ratchet and Clank is an excellent stability tester for graphics card memory overclocking. Forspoken is excellent for CPU memory overclocking testing. So that's kind of how I see it. And so far, I mean, I've been using Forspoken, and I stopped using mem tests basically. Like I only really use Forspoken to stability test my memory now because like I don't want to like let my PC just sit there and do mem tests for like an hour. To me that's boring. Just if I can test Forspoken for like 5 to 10 minutes and if it passes, it's pretty much guaranteed stable. So I'm just telling you. So because I've done a lot of testing with 128 gigs of memory. And if it passes Forspoken after like 10 minutes, just running around the world and fighting random enemies, it's good to go. It's pretty good to go. Alright, so the graphics card for the Intel is a PowerColor Red Devil Limited Edition 7900 XTX. So this is the graphics card. I was using this graphics card. This is the one that came in the fancy box. It came in the suitcase with all the cool like leather and stuff, the really weird thing. So this is the graphics card that's with the Intel PC now. So that's what's in the Intel one.
Seems all the other knights already have
2 for 1 if you play games. Yeah, I mean we were joking that Forspoken is a memory stress tester that came with an actual video game. So the case for this is the legendary Corsair 600T, the graphite mesh. This is probably my favorite case of all time, although I really do like the Fractal Torrent. This case is legendary. The legendary Corsair. It is such a good case. It is a mid-tower case that functions like a full tower case. So it is super good. So that's the case that we're using. This case is very old. I've had this case probably for 8 years. So it's pretty old now, but it's an oldie but goodie. Did you see the video cards article about the rumored spec of the... Yeah, we're going to talk about that. I got a lot to say about that here in a little bit. That's going to be probably one of the main news topics, is going to be on the 7800. Power supply for the Intel system is my old trusty Corsair HX 1200. Yeah, this one. This is my old... This is what I call my tried and true. Tried and true. This thing can handle all the transient spikes from a 3090 Ti, from a 7900 XTX overclocked Red Devil, a 4090, a 3080 Ti, a 6900 XT, a Vega 64, a Radeon 7. This thing can handle all those transient loads and not even... It's piece of cake. It's awesome. It's an old power supply, but it is a really good power supply. So that's the one that's in the Intel. Because the Intel uses a lot of power, the graphics card uses a lot of power. I got 2 components that use a lot of power, so I'm going to have to stick a good unit that I know isn't going to shut the computer off on me because it knows it's going to be good. Do you look at cybernetics reviews for PSUs? So I haven't watched any or read any reviews on power supplies in a long time. I used to read Johnny Guru's reviews, but obviously he doesn't really do that anymore because he works for Corsair now. But he was really good, but I also understand how to tell if a power supply is good based off of the actual OEM or the ODM. So when I say OEM, I'm not talking about Corsair, I'm not talking about MSI or EVGA, I'm talking about the actual company that built the unit. A lot of people don't know that these power supplies are actually made by what's called an OEM, or original equipment manufacturer, and resold under these brand names. Johnny Guru still hangs in the cultists Discord. Man, I might need to join a lot of these Discords. I know Met has mentioned a whole bunch of interesting Discords on more like the dev and the testing and debugging side for graphics cards and stuff. I probably do need to get into some of these, because if you can send me in Discord, you can direct message, just basically DM me the Discord links for these various Discords, like the the one that Johnny Guru's in, the one that the AMD people are in for the testing, for the Radeon stuff. Because I would like to be in there, if possible. So if I need to have the link, I mean, if you guys can send me the link, if you're allowed to invite people to those Discords, you know, feel free to DM me on Discord the invite for those channels. Because I like to join those channels. Same goes for like the other tech tuber channels, I guess. Like people mention the ancient gameplays one, but I don't really know if I need to be in that one. You know, I only want to be in the ones where I think it's very technical focused. I don't want to be in any kind of Discord that's just going to be some surface level regurgitating news and that kind of stuff. So yeah, if you want to either just DM me those, that'd be cool. I appreciate it. All right, and then so that's basically the Intel PC. So you guys see now, like, these are the 3 PCs that I'm working with. So we got Intel in the back office, you know, hauling all the NAS. Well, not really NAS. It's more like a home server PC that aggregates a lot of the data. There's actually hard drives in here as well. I've got a Toshiba X300 for backup again. We got one of these in here, I believe. I think I had one that was actually going bad. I had another drive. I think it was a Seagate or something, but it was going bad. It started making some really weird click noises, so I had to move the data off of it. So my SSDs on my Intel computer are basically kind of running out of space because they had to take a lot of the data off of a dying Seagate or a Hitachi or something. So you have to ask the AMD one? Okay. Okay. I mean, if I just have to register on the website, I can do that too. If you just want to DM me, I think you may have sent me it before. I'll have to go back and look. I just haven't had the time. Thoughts on using AGESA for running 192? It definitely helps. It helps because the thing about the new AGESA BIOS is they went back and they redid some of how the algorithm for the memory training works. They also fixed a lot of bugs with memory context restore. And I know exactly which bugs they're talking about because if you guys remember, I was one of the first people to upload a video back in the early days of Zen 4 talking about how to optimize, and one of the things that I talked about was memory context restore. Now, if you go and look at like it back then, before this BIOS, before this current AGESA update, if you went and looked at like BuildZoid or overclocking channels for memory, they would typically recommend disabling memory context restore so that when your memory trains, you would guarantee stability if you were trying to overclock beyond, you know, 6,000 or above. Now, with this new AGESA code, that is no longer necessary. You can keep memory context restore enabled. In fact, you want it to be enabled because it reduces the amount of time it takes to train the memory on subsequent boots. So, like, I can tell you guys right now, like, if you clear the CMOS and you try to boot 192 gigabytes of memory, if you go back and you watch my YouTube video, I literally show you guys how long it takes to memory train. It takes a good like 3 to 4 minutes to train from a clear CMOS. So from a complete like flat out reset of the BIOS, it can take like 4 minutes to train 4 sticks of 192 or 128 gigabytes of memory. So that's a pretty long time to wait. So the reason why I made that video and I showed that amount of time was so that people who are trying to build a new DDR5 computer and they put 4 sticks of memory in there, they don't freak out thinking that they did something wrong because it's not posting. I did the same thing with Intel because Intel takes a long time to train 4 sticks of dual rank DDR5, just like AMD. I made the video for both Intel and AMD to help people get the right expectation when they're upgrading to DDR5 so they understand how long it actually takes to train 4 sticks of dual rank. And remember, when I say 4 sticks, I'm talking about dual rank. I'm talking about 128 gigabytes or 192 gigabytes. I'm not talking about 64. If you're running 4x16, it will not take that long. I probably should have shown that, but you know, it's like that's a lot of. I don't have that much memory to show for the lower density stuff, so I'd have to go back and reshoot that whole video. But anyway, you guys get the idea. So, but definitely, if you're on AM5, aka Ryzen 7000, doesn't matter what CPU you're running. If you're on an AM5 motherboard, I highly recommend that you update to the latest AGESA BIOS, provided that your motherboard has that BIOS available. Because ASRock was the first one, they had like a pure 2-week lead over everybody else, where literally ASRock was the only motherboard brand that had the new AGESA code publicly available. Now with Asus, you could get it from some overclock.net forum or somewhere. It was like circulating unofficially on like a Google Drive or something, but you know, that's kind of sketchy, and I'm like, I'm not gonna mess with that. I'm gonna wait until it's available on Asus's website. So, but I don't have an Asus motherboard for AM5. So, but Asus had it too. But it was literally ASRock, and then Gigabyte rolled theirs out earlier this week, or actually I think it was earlier this week. And that, yeah, it was like either Sunday or Monday, or maybe it was Saturday. I forget exactly when Gigabyte updated their AGESA. And then I have no idea about MSI, but I think MSI has also had theirs available for some time now. So, actually, you're at 2200 Fabric. So I think I'm at like 2033 on my Fabric. 1007A is running great. What motherboard are you running, DX? Because if you're on 1007A, that's the previous one. I would definitely try 1007B again. And the training was so annoying when trying to tune. Yeah, but the thing is, it takes long, but it's a lot more reliable. Especially when you put the computer to sleep. So here's the thing, like what they actually fixed, and a lot of people don't know the full details of what they actually fixed. But one of the things that they fixed that is a massive improvement is the S3, what they call S3 standby, or S3 resume. So let's see. Let's go to Windows S3 standby. Modern standby versus S3. So S3 is a sleep state in Windows. So what
let's get moving.
What the new AGESA fixes is what's called power down. Is it called power down enable? There's a setting called power down enable, and there was a bug in the previous AGESA. I think this bug was fixed in AGESA 1005 or 1005C, and then it resurfaced. There was a regression, I think, in 1006. Then one of the patches, I think, fixed it. Then one of the patches, like, broke it again or something. Or it was like a fork of one of them. I don't remember the full details, but the point is 1007C fixes the ability to put the computer in S3 sleep, aka standby, and then wake it up and not have it either like not resume and you get a black screen because it's stalled trying to wake from the memory and try to load the operating system back from the memory. You know what I'm saying? So they fixed that. That was a huge thing. They fixed that because at launch, if you guys are like me and you got Ryzen like a 7000 series Ryzen at launch back in September of last year or even early October, because I've had mine since launch day, and what I can tell you is that depending on who your motherboard manufacturer was, you either could or couldn't put your computer to sleep if you were running Expo or XMP, or if you were running your memory at a speed above 5200 megahertz, or maybe 5600 megahertz. I forgot the exact number, but I think it was 52, because 52 was AMD's official spec. Like anything beyond 5200 megahertz on the RAM is considered overclock. And when you engage overclock, depending on who your motherboard manufacturer was, they disabled S3, which means you couldn't put your computer to sleep. you only could hibernate it, or you could like shut it off. Like that was it. You couldn't sleep it. And I know ASRock couldn't sleep it, and I think no, I don't know about MSI, but I know ASRock could not put their PC to sleep at all if you were running XMP 6000 or Expo 6000 until AGESA 1003 or 1004. They fixed it in one of those. But like Gigabyte and Asus, they had it turned on. But sometimes if you woke up your Asus or your Gigabyte, your PC would just not wake up. It would just be stalled with a black screen, and you couldn't like log back into Windows. So you basically had to shut it off and reset it. So that was a problem in the early days, and I ran into that. So what I did, knowing what I know about computer architecture, all I did to fix that was I ran my RAM at 5200 megahertz. When I ran it at 5200 megahertz, I could put it to sleep and wake it up and put it to sleep and wake it up all day long, and it was 100% stable. I didn't have to worry about it. Then they rolled out, I think, AGESA 1003. Then I could put my RAM at the rated 5600 because at the time, I was running this RAM in my PC. I was doing G-Skill SK Hynix, CL30 on 5600. So I could load my XMP profile, and it would go to sleep, and it would wake up okay, just fine, from AGESA 1003 and onward. But the early days, I'd get a black screen unless if I woke it up, unless I ran my RAM at 5200 megahertz. So it's come a long way. Like I said, it's a lot of like what I call early adopter, growing pains or teething issues or whatever you want to call it. This stuff always happens with new platforms. Like I remember Intel X99 was the first DDR4 platform, and anybody who went to what's called Haswell E was the first DDR4 consumer desktop. It was a HEDT high-end desktop, but man, that thing had so many bugs with sleep and DDR4, and if you were running 4 sticks of memory, you couldn't clock more than 2400. It was just a big mess in the early days of DDR4, and I remember all that stuff. So it's not like this is any different. This is exactly the same. Anytime we transition from one memory standard to a new memory standard, and couple that with a socket transition to a new architecture, you're just asking for a lot of like early day issues with bugs, with the BIOS, with sleep not working, with memory not training properly, or taking too long, or not waking from sleep, etc. So anyway, it's good to see that a lot of that is kind of getting past us now. So I feel like Zen 5 is probably going to be way smoother, exactly the same way that Zen 2 was way smoother than Zen 1's launch. So it's the same sort of deal. For the PSU, Cultist Discord, you can't invite, but they have a link. Just look up PSU Cultist tier list and scroll down. Okay. Let me find that real quick. Cultist Network for PSU tier list? I think I found it. Okay, I found it. Ask in our Discord. Join Cultist official network.
Seems all the other knights already have their
Okay, I'm in. I joined. Welcome to the Cultist official network. Okay. And I think, Met, you sent me the Vanguard AMD. Okay, yeah, I'll look into that later. Thanks for that. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out. That'll be interesting. So, but anyway, it's the same sort of thing. Like, when I got Alder Lake, I mean, I'm starting to repeat myself, so we probably need to move on, but I'll just say one more thing. Like, when I got the 12700K 2021, March 8th or November 8th. I don't know why I remember the exact day. I don't know what it is about my ability to memorize like hardware launch dates or whatever. But I remember when I got Alder Lake on launch day, I think it was November 8th, 2021. When I went into Micro Center to buy this thing, the only reason why I bought this is because I was so intrigued by Intel's big core, little core, that I kind of wanted to play around with it. Because to me, it sounded cool, it sounded different and interesting, so I wanted to give it a try. However, I completely sidestepped all the issues with DDR5 on Intel, first generation DDR5. So that was Alder Lake, for those that don't know, or those that don't remember. Alder Lake was the first DDR5 consumer desktop platform. Now, it was backwards compatible with DDR4. So I opted to go DDR4 with Alder Lake because, for two things. One, I didn't want to deal with the memory training fiasco and all that other stuff. But on top of that, DDR5 was so insanely expensive back when it launched with Alder Lake that it was like, nope, $800 for RAM? I'll spend $1,000 on a graphics card. I'm not going to spend $800 on RAM. Sorry, for like 64 gigs. I ain't doing that. No. I'm going to reuse my tried and true DDR4, and we're going to stick with that. Sorry. So my biggest complaint with the Alder Lake launch was, at launch, it was impossible to buy a DDR4 motherboard that had a postcode debug LED. There literally were no postcode debug LED. Basically, anybody who wanted to go DDR4 on Alder Lake were treated like second-class citizens. You couldn't get a postcode. All the motherboards were these cheap, like lousy, they were okay VRM, but they were inadequately cooled VRMs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got the Gigabyte Z690 Gaming X DDR4. This is the motherboard that I got at launch for the Intel Alder Lake. And you guys can see this nasty, flat, like, block of cheese of a VRM heatsink. Like, that's all I ended up getting. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Good stuff. But, yeah, you couldn't get a postcode. Eventually, there was like one motherboard that somebody, because I ranted about this like on a previous stream months ago, and somebody mentioned that there was a DDR4 motherboard that I think MSI or maybe Gigabyte, somebody made a DDR4 motherboard for Intel. It was a Z690 that actually had a postcode debug, but it was like $350, you know, and I'm like, yeah, well, okay, whatever. It wasn't available at launch, so it's irrelevant. So anyway, this is what I had, and I was like, It felt like, honestly, going to the 12700 from a 5800X felt very underwhelming because it was DDR4, so it was exact same memory, and it really wasn't that much faster because it was on DDR4, because you couldn't get that that memory bandwidth that comes with DDR5. So, and I had to settle for some kind of like cheesy motherboard that was like, you know, it's kind of sad because the motherboard that I had before this one was way better. So I had a X570 Crosshair 8 Hero Wi-Fi from Asus. So this is the AM4 motherboard that I had before I got the Alder Lake system. This is what I was running with the 5800X. And I went from the 5800X plus this, so some cheesy, you know, Gigabyte Gaming X DDR4 with a 12700K, and had a bunch of issues at launch. Final Fantasy XIV kept crashing after like a couple of hours, and that was really annoying because that was when Endwalker launched. And the reason why I rant about this from time to time is because you guys don't understand the struggle. You guys don't understand the struggle that I had when I went to Alder Lake just to find out that Final Fantasy XIV will randomly crash because of some kind of latency penalty, because an E-core from Windows 10. Windows 10 didn't know any better, and Windows 10 is like, I'm going to put your game task for you riding your chocobo on an E-core, and then bam, game just fatally crashed. I mean, what am I supposed to do? And here's the thing. You guys don't understand. To log in to Endwalker, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker at launch, you literally had like up to 90-minute login queues. 90-minute login queues. If your game crashes, you have to wait 90 minutes to 2 hours to get back into the server? Do you guys understand now why I don't like Alder Lake? Because I'm literally, like, I have, like, PTSD of the game crashing while I'm trying to find, like, an ether current so I can fly in the zone, unlock flight in the zone. The game crashes on me because I'm crossing over, like, a river, and then the E-core takes the thread and, like, shuts off my game. And then I can't get back in for 2 hours. I gotta wait for 2 hours to get in. You guys understand the PTSD of, like, a hardcore gamer trying to, like, get to level 90 in Endwalker's launch on launch week?
Let's get moving.
This is why I don't like Alder Lake. So the workaround was to shut off all the E-cores. Go in the BIOS, turn off all the E-cores, and there you go. Well, you know what? I just wasted money on 4 E-cores that are complete garbage. So that was the trauma that I got from the Alder Lake system, like way back in 2021 with a DDR4 motherboard. Can I upgrade and still use my DDR4? for what? For Alder Lake? I don't recommend it. I mean, I guess they fixed a lot of those issues now. Part of the problem was Windows 10 didn't understand E-cores. It didn't understand the difference between an E-core and a P-core. So it's just gonna like throw your game randomly on an E-core, and then if you, depending on like the game, like if the game server got used to you like pinging back within a certain window from an instruction being executed, if it took a certain amount of time, it's like, nope, I don't like this. Game's gonna crash. Sorry. So now I gotta wait 2 hours to get back in. That was not fun, okay? So I'll never forget that, because that was super annoying. Really, really annoying. Thankfully, I figured that out within like 2 days, and I shut off all my E-cores, and then I didn't have that problem. But I felt kind of, you know, like, I bought this thing because I was interested in big core, little core, and now it's literally like I went from an AMD 8-core 16 thread to an Intel 8-core 16 thread. Same memory, worse motherboard. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, yeah, it's a little bit faster in IPC, but sure didn't really make much of a difference in Final Fantasy XIV. So anyway, can you check out Gigabyte? Man, the little heart thingy is in the way. I can't see your Gigabyte X hardware info. I'm trying to understand, like, I'm trying to see that message. Like the messages, the heart symbol on the chat is like blocking what you wrote there. Is that X?
I didn't know you were such
X570? Somebody clicked the heart button. So I can't see the message. I can't see the message because the heart's in the way. Someone needs to comment so I can see the comment. It's blocked off by the heart. Games shouldn't be running on Cinebench Accelerator. Cinebench Accelerator. Yeah, that's actually what they are. Trauma is real. Can I okay, what was is 14th gen still going to support DDR4? That's a really good question, Hades. I have no idea. Can you check Gigabyte? Oh, hardware info?
Not frozen in place after all.
For what? For this? I'm not using this motherboard. This motherboard, for those that want to know, like, what is the deal with this motherboard? Like, where is it at? It's literally in a storage bin somewhere in like a closet or an attic, or it's somewhere. I still have it. I didn't throw it away. I didn't donate it. I didn't sell it off. It's still around. I don't use it. It's just kind of there, you know, like I don't use this thing. The 12700K is literally behind me on a shelf. So it's around. Doesn't really do much. The only cool thing, fun fact, my 12700K, because my 12700K is a launch model, it can actually do AVX 512. I have one of the rare Alder Lakes that can do AVX 512. However, unfortunately, I don't have a motherboard that allows me to take advantage of AVX 512. So, just kind of fun fact. I'm keeping it around because it has that one little. That's like its own. It's its one trick pony. Is it can do AVX 512, even though Intel forbids you from doing AVX 512 on an Alder Lake, but it's there. it's on the silicon. So I've got the special sauce. Mine's got the special sauce. It's a chosen one, I guess. Do you think
I didn't know you were such a
AGESA 1007C will manage to get that to run on that at 52? I don't know. I'd have to test it. I won't really know until I test it. But I think if I wanted to, I could tune the Proct ODT and the on-die bus terminations to get 5200 on my setup now with 192. I just have to go back and test it. It's very disruptive for me to test the RAM because I have to shut all the PCs. I got to take the RAM out of my... I have to basically pull the RAM from the 7950X 3D system, and then I have to transplant it into the 7950X system, or vice versa, depending on what I'm testing. So I like to test RAM on the Aorus Master, because the Aorus Master has a postcode debug. That's the reason why. I'd rather test it on this, because I don't have to use the little dongle debug code like I do on the ASRock, because the Steel Legend...
Come on, let's get moving.
The Steel Legend motherboard, unfortunately, doesn't have a postcode debug. So that's why I'd rather test memory overclocking on the Gigabyte Aorus Master. Do you think you... Okay, so I answered that. Is the X670E Tomahawk a good motherboard for AM5? You know, Hades, during launch of AM5, I looked at a lot of MSI motherboards. I still think the Meg Ace is an excellent motherboard. But other than that, and I guess the Carbon Wi-Fi, I haven't looked at a lot of MSI motherboards in a while. So I'd have to really like do a deep dive and kind of look at it in depth. But I haven't really looked at it. Aorus Master, I don't know. We can check. We can check if it has it. Check right now. So as of right now, no. It looks like Aorus Master, the latest, is still the 7B. Hades depends on my needs. On my needs? What? Steel Legend, though, like, this motherboard... Hold on, does Steel Legend have it? Okay, so Steel Legend also is at 7B. But the Steel Legend is a really good motherboard. Like, this motherboard is less money than the previous flagship motherboards for the AM4. And it literally comes with everything that the AM4 motherboard comes with. The only thing that it lacks, and I said this in my build video with this motherboard, is the postcode. There's no postcode. And it's like, if the Steel Legend had a postcode, this would probably be my go-to recommendation for an AM5 motherboard, for someone looking to build a PC. The reason why I like it so much is because you get 11 USB Type-A. Doesn't matter what speed, you get 11 USB Type-A, you get dual NIC, so if you want to run like if you want to connect to a NAS, or if you want to direct connect to another PC for teaming or etc., you still have another 2.5 gig LAN to connect to either the internet or whatever. Actually, you do the 2.5 to your NAS or your home server, and then the 1 gig would go to the internet. But so dual NIC is actually kind of useful. And then you have dual monitors off of the integrated graphics. You know, you Wi-Fi 6E. You got a support bracket. You literally have a support bracket. The motherboard comes with a GPU anti-sag bracket, which is actually very good value. I actually use it. I actually use it right now with the NVIDIA 3090 Ti. The 3090 Ti is being held up, being propped up by this thing. So it's a pretty good motherboard.
Come on.
Yeah, no, it's got dual LAN, 2.5 and a 1 gig. And it has a 20 gig USB-C. So it's got an optical audio for the full 7.1 if you want to do that. It's got the DAC, everything. So like, it's a really good motherboard. It has it and on top of that, the other thing too is if you guys look at this, the bottom PCIe slot is the X4 slot, not the one up here. What that means is that if you install a massive, like a 4090 or a 7900 XTX, like a quad slot GPU, you can still plug in a capture card or a Thunderbolt card or a 10 gigabit NIC card or whatever. You can put in any kind of add-in card that uses up to 4 lanes of PCIe 3.0, and you won't have to worry about it being covered up by your GPU. So they thought out the layout on this motherboard very well. It's actually a very well designed layout in terms of where they put everything. I like that GPU support bracket. I like how many USB Type A, because if you guys don't know, like I currently am using all 10. I'm using every single one of my on my Gigabyte board. Like right now, on the live streaming PC, this motherboard Aorus Master comes with what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 USB Type A. I am literally using all 10 of those USB A right now. I can list them. I can literally list everything that I have plugged into my motherboard on the back, if you guys want to know. So I'm using a keyboard. We got Corsair. What is this keyboard? Keyboard K95. We have a Logitech. What is this mouse? It's the MMO mouse, the one with all the buttons on the left for playing Final Fantasy XIV. It's the Logitech G 110 or 610. I forgot the Logitech MMO mouse. I'm just gonna say that until someone knows the name. I can't remember the name. We've got the Elgato Wave 3. We have the Logitech C920. We have the Xbox 360 wired controller. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we've got the Oculus. How do you spell Oculus? What is it? Oculus Rift USB 3, the Rift sensor left, the Rift sensor right, sensor right. So the VR headset takes up 3 USB ports. Logitech G600, thank you. Yes, the G600. G600. So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're at 8. So what are the last two? One of them is a PS3 USB controller cable for my Sony XR160, the actual camera that I use to shoot a lot of my videos. To transfer the files from my camera to my computer, I use a old PS3 USB charging cable. That's plugged into the back of the motherboard. So that's taking up 1 port. So, I mean, this is what, 9 things? So what's the last thing? So we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I know I'm using all 10 of them.
Come on.
Oh, yes. The Elgato HD, or no, what is it? Elgato Yeah, the Elgato HD60S, USB 3.0, 1080p 60 capture card. The external capture card from Elgato. That's using the I think the USB 10 gig port or something. So you guys can see, for a power user or a live streamer, you need a lot of USB ports. I'm literally using 10 USB ports. All 10 of the USB ports on the back of the Aorus Master are accounted for. They're all in use. So the Steel Legend has 11. So the Steel Legend has just the right number where it's not going to be an issue if you have to plug in a lot of peripherals. So now, granted, the VR headset that I have is old. It uses 2 sensors that both use up a USB port each. Then the VR headset itself uses a USB port in addition to an HDMI port on the graphics card. So if I didn't have the VR headset, you know, I would free up 3 USB 3.0 ports right there.
Come on, let's get
So that's kind of the thing that takes up most of the stuff, most of the ports. But this thing's got a good number, 11, plus dual monitor out, HDMI and DisplayPort. So this is a really good motherboard. Like I said, if it had the postcode, it'd be perfect. Like, that's the one thing that it's missing. So really good motherboard. So anyway, that is the Steel Legend. How many NVMe does it? It supports 4. 4 NVMe. One up. You have a Gen 5, and then you have 3 Gen 4 on it. So yeah, does it show it down here? But it supports 4. All right there. All X670 and X670E motherboards, FYI, all of them support 4 NVMe drives. Minimum. That's minimum. Kind of weird that doesn't have postcode while B650E Tai Chi has a postcode. Yeah, because B650... Wait, no it doesn't. Does it? Oh no, Tai Chi. Yeah, that's because of Tai Chi. That's Tai Chi. Yeah, because Steel Legend is supposed to be like 1 tier down from the Tai Chi. Tai Chi's the highest tier. And the thing about B650E is the B650E, there's only one B650E per manufacturer. So think of it like this. The B650E is supposed to be the flagship of the B650 line, and there's only one per manufacturer. So for ASRock, the B650E is the only B650E that ASRock has. They don't have any other option. That's their only option. So that one, obviously, that comes with a postcode. Same thing with Gigabyte. Gigabyte, as far as I know, the Aorus Master, the B650E, they're going to release a revision 1.1 or a revision 2 of that board. So they've kind of discontinued the revision 1, but that one was a really good motherboard too. And then Asus has the, I don't even know what Asus, I think it's B650E-E Strix. And then MSI, strangely enough, doesn't have one, at least not right now. B650E-E, yeah. Yeah. Basically what I'm saying is if you want a B650 motherboard that has a postcode debug, the only option is the B650E. Every B650E has a postcode. That's like that is a given fact. So, but not all X670E have a postcode. Only the upper tier flagship boards. Well, not all the flagships. Like all the flagships have them, but then like it depends on what you're looking at. Basically, if you want a postcode on an X670 motherboard, you have to spend around $500 on the motherboard. And that's why a lot of people were complaining about motherboards being so expensive. So yeah, that's why people were complaining about motherboards this generation being so expensive, because they were looking for postcodes, and they're like, if you want the premium chipset, aka X670E, you have to pony up $500 or around that if you wanted a postcode. Otherwise, you had to spend $350 for a B650E to ensure that you got one. Most of the X670 that are sub 500 don't have postcodes. Case in point, the Steel Legend. It's a sub 500. It's a $300 motherboard and doesn't have a postcode. So and pretty much all of them in this price point are the same. And anything cheaper obviously don't have them either. So it's kind of annoying. The funny thing is, like, the Intel, the Z790s are also the same. Like, you have to pay around 500, 400, 500, 450, 500, somewhere in there if you want a postcode now. It's super, super annoying. But hey, if you're not overclocking RAM, there is an argument to be made that the postcode debug LED doesn't really offer you too much in terms of value, in terms of the info that it provides. It's not really that useful unless you're trying to overclock memory. Then it actually matters, because if you see code 15, then you know your memory training. If you don't see code 15, then something else could be going on. So anyway, let's move on to the article in the news, because somebody, I think Matt had brought it up, or someone brought it up about a leak. So there was a leak. I don't know if this was intentional or if this was an accident. Basically, somebody at PowerColor leaked the 7800 XT Red Devil from PowerColor. So it looks a lot like the current Red Devil for this 7000 series generation. So that the design is pretty much the same. It's a dual 8-pin. So we know that the power consumption is going to be very similar to the 6800 and the 6900 XT. And it's the dual finger. It's the 2-finger, which means it's not that super thick like on the 7900 XT and the XTX. I like that they went with triple DisplayPort, but I think that's pretty standard from PowerColor. And that's basically it. So yeah, not a whole lot else to say about it. The one thing is the 60 compute units. What I don't understand is where was it confirmed that it was 60 compute units? You guys know what I'm saying? Like, where they're saying all this info, but where did all this info come from? Because did the leak have it? Oh, okay. They got it from the stream processor count. That makes sense. And so this is all taken, if this is actually taken from PowerColor's website, then yeah, then this is basically it, which is kind of strange to me. To me, I would think that these specs to me would be more so a 7800. But I don't know. I don't know if this is supposed to be the max Navi 32. It could be, because they are saying that if you look here, it's got 2 MCDs on the left and 2 MCDs on the right. So it's a 4 MCD compared to a 6 MCD design on the 7900 XT. So I guess this is the maximum. This is the largest one, which means that the 70 compute unit, the 7900 GRE, the China exclusive one, is the lower. It's like the lower cut down die for Navi 31, and this is the fully unlocked Navi 32. So I understand from that point of view, it makes sense as to why they're calling this the 7800 XT, but it's kind of weird because if you were to take the stream count, if you were literally going to go off of the stream count, stream processors, if we go and look at the GPU database, if we go and look at 6800, You guys look at this.
Already have their hands full.
If it will load, I don't know what's... Okay, here we go. So if you look at the 6800, the 6800 non-XT, just the regular one, 3840 cores. So how many compute units is that? That's 60 compute units. 60 compute units on a 6800. And then now we're seeing that this PowerColor is also, this new 7800 XT is also 60 compute units. So this to me looks a lot on paper like a 6800, just the next generation of that. Hey Marcelo, Tom's Harbor reported in November that Navi 32 will feature 60 compute units. Yeah, so then this is the full die, but it's kind of interesting because they have a, basically what I'm saying is it's different from the previous generation, because if you guys remember, RDNA 2 had Navi 21, and Navi 21, like the 60 compute Navi 21 was a 6800. But now they've got Navi 31 and Navi 32. So there's like a different die. There's like a completely different design. So this is the fully unlocked of the lower tier chip, the 32. So it makes sense. So in that regard, because it's the fully unlocked 60 compute units, it should be called the 7800 XT based off of that. So I think the reason why AMD's doing this, they're branding it this name, or they're using this naming convention, is because they don't want to get any kind of like negative reviews from the press talking about how, oh, it's supposed to be like this tier product. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys remember how Nvidia tried to sell the what was it? The Ada 104 as a 4080 12 gig. You guys remember that? And everyone was calling it the fake 4080. The fake 4080. It was the 12 gig 4080. And then Nvidia, it was so unpopular that Nvidia actually pressed the unlaunch button and then rebranded it as a 4070 Ti. So, they're trying to avoid that, because if you go by the naming convention, by the engineering chip, the die itself, this is actually the 7800 XT. This is the fully enabled die for Navi 32. Navi 21 was that, yes. Navi 32 should be no, it shouldn't. The Navi 31 is 6 MCDs. So the Navi 31 should be as it is, the 7900 XTX, the 7900 XT, and the 7900 GRE. So they have 3 different dies, and so therefore they have 3 different SKUs. Now I don't know why they chose the GRE branding, because that is such a weird name. Like, I gotta find that now, but it's oh, there's this. I want to talk about this article, so we're gonna talk about that soon. But I think we talked a lot about memory. This is another article we want to talk about. And then Acer, okay. All this NVIDIA stuff. Okay, where is this article? I have to search for it now, because I don't know what happened here.
Seems all the other knights already have their hands full.
This thing, GRE. The GRE gets benchmarked. Why are Tech Power Up's articles on this actually so garbage? It's like, what is this? It's just like a blob of words. Anyway, the GRE is like a 70 compute unit or something like that, or 80, because it's like 84. I think it's just a 70 compute unit or something like that. It's like a cut down 31. It's like even more. It's really cut down. No, I don't know about that because I think what they're doing is they're kind of going back to the way that they used to name their products. I actually think that the 6000 series was named really weird because if you guys remember, the way they used to do their naming used to make a lot more sense. So, put this stuff out of the way. Let me go back here. The naming convention. Do you guys remember like 79? You guys remember HD 7970, HD 7950, HD 7870, HD 7850, HD 7790, HD 7770. I think, and then oh yeah, HD 7750. So this actually came later, so we're not gonna talk about that right now. So anyway, if you remember the way AMD used to do their naming convention, they basically had it like this. Long ago, in the year 2012, AMD used the naming convention 9, 8, and 7. And the world was good, and Rory Reid rested on the 7th day. So, henceforth, it was known as the 7000 series of Radeon. So this was basically how they did it. This was the big die. This would be the equivalent of what we call Navi 31. This would have been what is called Navi 32. And this was Navi 33. Now, obviously, back then, they were different names. These two were known as Tahiti. The Tahiti. This entire family of GPUs was known as the Southern Islands. The Southern Islands architecture. Tahiti was the big one. Think of that as like a Navi 31 or a Navi 21. Then you had Pitcairn. I think, wait, did I spell that wrong? That doesn't look right. Cairn? Pitcairn. I think that's, Cairn? I think it's right. It looks right to me. Anyway, that was kind of like your Navi 32. Then you had, what was this one called? This was not Tonga. This was Cape Verde. Cape Verde. Man, I had to go way back in my memory. I had to like go Super Saiyan for a second, do like Ultra Instinct to sense the name of what this GPU was. Anyway, Cape Verde. Got it. So Tahiti, Pitcairn, and Cape Verde. So looking at it this way, if you think about it like this product segmentation, this model of segmenting the products makes a lot of sense. So in that regard, I feel like AMD in today, so this was in the year 2012. Now we're in the year 2023. This is 11 years later. So today we have 7900 XTX. 7900 XT. Now where it gets kind of weird is they did another cut down, so you have that 7900 GRE. But for simplification, to keep it simple, to keep it similar to the Southern Islands, we're going to pretend that doesn't exist. For argument's sake, we're not going to talk about that. So then we have what's supposed to be this 7800 XT. And then there would be a 7800. And then there would be a 7600, or no, I take that back, a 7700 XT. This is where it gets kind of weird, because you have the potential for these, and then you also have, you know, this sort of thing can be a thing as well, but not really, because this doesn't exist, because this is the full die. So what is this? This is Navi 31. This is Navi 32. But here's the thing that I'm confused. Isn't this Navi 33? So this is where it gets kind of like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is where I get confused. Because if we're using the logic of, like, a decade ago, which, for the most part, still applies. When you think about if you're producing new generations of hardware, you kind of keep a similar scope in terms of your designing and your product segmentation. So I would like to think that this model still stands, but then the thing that kind of changes up the scenario or the narrative is the fact that later in 2013, AMD launched Tonga in the form of the 7790. They had this weird GPU in the middle. We'll put it over here. We'll put it at an offset. This was in the year 2013, in the spring of 2013, and this was the first Tonga. Then they launched some, remember they did the rebrand, and then they went to like RX or R9 290X and all that stuff. Then there was this R9 28085. This was also Tonga. So it gets kind of weird. Like, if we start adding these weird intermediary dies that are like newer revision architecture, then I think it starts complicating things. And who knows? Maybe this is supposed to be some kind of mid-cycle refinement of one of these two processes. Maybe this one or that one. I don't know. I'm just going out on a limb to try to make sense of what this stuff's supposed to be. Okay. So the 7750 and that card screams literally. They should call the 7800 XT. They did have this. So here's the thing. AMD had something called the HD 7950 LE. The 7950 Tahiti. It was known as the Tahiti Limited Edition. This was actually a 7870 in disguise. It was a 7870 with like a different memory type or something. There was something about it that made it like special, more special than a regular 7870. Or something like that. I don't remember the full details. It's been a long time. We're talking about like 11 years ago. So RDNA 2 is AMD's strongest showing. They should have kept that going, but they're playing the shell game. I don't know what you mean by the shell game. Yeah, RDNA 2 was probably AMD's best GPU launch in like 10 years. Like, you're right. I agree with you. RDNA 2 was amazing. In fact, even today, the 6950 XT for like $600 is the best deal. Like, it's literally the best deal right now. It's kind of sad because last generation hardware purchased brand new now is actually a better deal than anything that's current generation. So just want to throw that out there because RDNA 2 was that epic. You can BIOS flash it to a different card. It kind of depends on the card itself. Are you going to update your price prediction considering on how weird these releases are? These releases are weird. This stuff, okay, the GRE thingy, we're just kind of ignoring that, but that's really weird. And then, but it makes sense because those are just basically, those are just extracted silicon that failed to be an XTX or an XT, and they just harvested them and repurposed them as like a lower end die. That's all the GRE is. I don't know how many of those they actually have to sell, but apparently they got enough of them to sell in the Chinese market. So, but then this is the real deal. Like that 60 compute unit thing, if that's the full Navi 32, then if it's the full die, then it should logically be called the 7800 XT because we're using the same logic from what they did with Pitcairn. And for those that don't know, FYI, PS4 base was this thing. Just saying. Keeping it real. That's the PS4 base. Just so you know. Okay. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because we're going to talk about a PS5 leak in a little bit, and that there is a rumor that the PS5 is one of these things, maybe one of these things, and just kind of pointing that out there. So just to kind of talk about that later. Met has a 6900 XT, and it has around 3090 level performance. Yeah, it does. It's good, guys. I'm telling you. The 6950, if you guys want a really good GPU that is really good on Linux and is really, really fast in Stable Diffusion on Linux using ROCm, it's screaming fast. I'll tell you right now, this thing is like the best deal right now that I can find. You get Starfield Premium and 16 gigabytes of VRAM, so you're not gonna worry about, oh, it doesn't have enough VRAM. Hardware Unboxed with the VRAM memes. Oh no, there's not enough VRAM. I can't run my game at Ultra because I'm out of VRAM. You're not gonna have to worry about that at even 4K resolution. Now, is this card good at 4K resolution? I would say that it can do 4K, but not for like games that come out in 2 years from now. Let's put it that way. It can run games at 4K. You can do Hogwarts Legacy at 4K with this card. It'll be fine. Turn on FSR2 or XESS, and it'll do fine. It'll do even better. But you know, you're not limited in any way. So this is a really good graphics card. Yeah, Met has the. Yeah, I know. I've got the same card. So, it's a good card. Like, seriously, like this one has slightly faster VRAM than the original 6900 XT. But this is the really good one. So anyway, those that are holding out for a 7800 XT, the only advantage that the 7800 XT will have over this is better ray tracing performance. That's literally the only advantage that card will have. It will have the exact same VRAM. It'll have very similar power consumption. It will probably use like 30 to 40 watts less power than this card. So, okay, big deal. It's like 40 watts less or whatever. But it's like you don't get Starfield with it. And premium edition Starfield, I might add, not even the base game. You're getting the full $100 edition of the game. So, really good value. And on top of that, if you have a reference one like Met, you might be able to hook up a PS VR2 headset to it and give it a couple of months. Someone will figure out how to get it working with Steam VR, and you'll be in the zone. So, that's a pretty good card. TDP is the same. It's like 300 watts. TDP on the 7800 XT is going to be 300 watts. So it's exactly the same. This probably uses more at full load, especially these AIB cards. But, you know, like, we're talking 30 watts. That's like nothing. Compared to, like, what we're used to now with these high-end flagships using, like, 350 watt TDP or higher. So that's the best value. Like, that's literally the best value GPU right now. So anyway, going back to, well, let's not talk about AGESA code again. We talked way too much about AGESA. Let's talk about the, what was the thing we want to talk about? Oh, the PlayStation. The PlayStation. There was some rumor that the PlayStation 5 Pro is going to be one of these things. Like PS5 Pro. There's a rumor that the PlayStation 5 Pro will be using some kind of Navi 30 something. Whether it's going to be one of these, or if it's going to be one of these, that remains to be seen. But if we think about what the PS4 Pro was, we can try to guess what the PS5 Pro will be. So let's figure out what the PS4 Pro was. The PS4 Pro. The PS4 Pro. PS4 Pro is a RX 470. This is the PS4 Pro. The base is a HD 7850. By the way, the HD 7850 was one of the most rebranded graphics card. This GPU is the answer to the "Who Wants to Be a Millionaire" question of which GPU had the most rebrands in its entire lifespan. The answer is the 7850. It was a PlayStation 4, although it was a custom version of that. It was also a R9 270. It was an R7 370. It got rebranded two times in its lifespan. And it was also the same silicon that was in the PS4 base model. So this thing, Pitcairn, cut down Pitcairn, also known as the Pitcairn Pro, or the Pitcairn XL, I should say, was the most rebranded GPU in history, as far as I'm concerned. I can't think of one that was rebranded more times than this. So you kick a tree and a bunch of... Yeah, exactly. These things were like everywhere. Can you imagine how many of these Sony bought? Sony bought so many of these for the PS4. In fact, I think... I want to say the Xbox One, like the original Xbox One, was also a variant of Pitcairn. So it's... Yeah. So anyway. So the point is, we know what the Pro is. The Pro is an RX 470. And the PS5, so you guys know where I'm going with this. The PS5 is a RX 6700, for those that don't know. So that means if we've got PS5 Pro, the question is, what is this? Well, it's going to be it's a math question. Here we go again with the math, just like on the last live stream. So if PS4 is Pitcairn HD 7850 and PS4 Pro is RX 470, if we want to make an educated guess at how fast the PS5 Pro will be, we take the proportion of increase from Pitcairn Pro or Pitcairn XL to Polaris Pro or Polaris XL. The reason why I keep saying XL and Pro is because for those that are familiar, XT is the full, XL is the non-full. So a lot of people don't know there's actually a secret internal acronym. They used to use the word Pro to refer to these cut down variants. So when I say RX 6700, internally, this is the RX 6700 XL. Whereas this is also the XL. If we want to go look at how these are internally derived, we can look at the product page from Tech Power Up. So if we go to, for example, the RX, or let's look at the HD 7850 Pitcairn. This is known as Pitcairn, and there it is, Pitcairn Pro. Pro is also like the XL. So when I see the word Pro, I immediately know in my mind that I'm looking at a cut down variant. I am not looking at the fully unlocked die. That's how I read this. There it is, Southern Islands, 2012. I got it right. So what we want to do is we want to look at the difference between a 7850 and a 6700. So a 6700 is somewhere around a 7600. So it's not going to show up because it's a hidden GPU, but we can approximate the 7600 and the 4060 as the 6700 or the PS5. So the PS5 is around, what is that? That says 550%. So 450, is that, wait, oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, I'm looking at PS5. I should be looking at PS4 Pro. So PS4 Pro, we want to look at the RX 470. Here we go. There we go. Because that's like way too much of an improvement. Okay. 211%. So that is 100 and roughly 110% better. So what that means is if we go back here, we can say that PS4 Pro is approximately 110% faster than the base PS4. So now we need to figure out what is, so if we're doing PS5 Pro is faster than PS5 base. So here is the question of the stream. So how much faster is a PS5 Pro? So now what we need to do is we need to try to find a graphics card that is roughly 100 to 100% faster than the PlayStation 5, and that should be our PS5 Pro, because that would be kind of the estimated performance increase between these devices. So now we're going to go back here, and we're going to look at what I want to find is we have to start at the RX 6700, because this is the PlayStation 5 base. So this is where it starts. So now I want to look for something that's 110 or 100% faster. So that would be, yeah, that would be around a 4070 Ti. A 3090 to a 4070 Ti is right around, this is about, what is this? 99, 100%. So give or take. So somewhere between a 4070 Ti and a 7900 XT. So it's almost like the 7900 GRE. So there's a good chance that the 7800 XT is in the ballpark of where this needs to be. So kind of like in that sort of window, yeah. So somewhere around there. So based off of that, we can kind of estimate that the performance target will be somewhere around, if we're trying to aim for around, 100%, it doesn't have to be the same percentage. We're assuming similar percentage. So if we try to go for like 100% as the performance improvement for the PS5 Pro, that would be, around here. That would put the PS5 Pro up here. Sort of. Somewhere there. Somewhere here. Like in this window. If indeed it actually exists. Or if it's going to be a thing. So that is significant. And that's kind of an eye-opener. I didn't really realize until looking at this. This is the first time that I've actually realized how much faster the PS4 Pro is over a PS4. I didn't know this. I actually didn't really know that. It wasn't until this exercise that I realized how much faster. Yeah, I had no idea. I had no idea either. Just doing this exercise is kind of an eye-opener. So I don't know if they expect the same kind of performance uplift. I would assume anywhere from 90 to 100% is acceptable for a PS5 Pro over a PS5. The Xbox One X is a 580. Yeah. Yeah. So the Xbox... Right, the Xbox One X. We could have done the same exercise with the Xbox, but I didn't know that the only reason why I chose PS4 is because I knew for a fact what the base model was. I knew it was a 7850. I didn't know what the original Xbox was. So that might skew the number. RTX 4070 Ti, 7800 XT are mid-tier GPUs sold for high-end yes, they are. It's like way too much money. Yeah, and in particular, the 4070 Ti is really bad value because it's only 12 gigabytes of memory, which is kind of like the new minimum now, right? I mean, I guess technically 8 is the minimum, but, you know, who wants to be on the minimum? Like, who wants to be on minimum? If 8 gigabytes is the minimum, do you really want to be on 8 gigabytes of memory? You know, I think, like, the reviews for the 7600 and the 4060 and the 4060 Ti, they all kind of prove that. So it's like, those GPUs are kind of bad. Just straight up bad, unless you're on a 1080p monitor. So it's like 12 gigs is like the kind of standard. So who wants to pay, you know, $800 to be on the standard VRAM? You know what I'm saying? Like, that to me seems like bad choices when it comes to how to spend money. So anyway, they probably skimp on the hardware this time around and make up for it in AI scaling, but still charge premium pricing. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, what do you mean by the AI? What are you talking about, AI? I might have to do a video about Stable Diffusion, because I've been playing around with Stable Diffusion on Linux and on Windows. And guys, the Radeon Rock'em on Linux is so fast. Like, the 6900 is just as fast as a 3090 Ti in Stable Diffusion on Linux with the latest Rock'em. Like, it's crazy. I was like, what the? Like, in terms of, like, you can crank out like a batch of like 20 images in like only a few seconds. It's crazy. AI upscaling for like 3. Oh, you mean FSR 3? Could you talk about Gigabyte collab with Harbor Info? I'm not sure I follow what that's about. Hi, Gershon. You're gonna have to elaborate a little bit, Sid, on the Gigabyte thing. All right, let me see. Gigabyte. Okay, I found it. Alright, let's talk about this. Okay, Gigabyte and Hardware Info exclusively collaborate for accurate information and new memory timings feature. Gigabyte, let's see what they did here. Gigabyte, a leading manufacturer. Does this make it easier for people to read? I guess this is easier. A leading manufacturer of motherboards, graphics cards, is pleased to announce its collaboration with Hardware Info. Okay, wonderful. The partnership aims to enhance the accuracy of hardware information and diagnostics while introducing features to benefit computer enthusiasts. Okay, you know what? I'm kind of annoyed at them because I can't get my debug card that I showcased on a recent YouTube video to work with Gigabyte's motherboards. Like, it's supposed to work via PCIe, but it doesn't. And I can get it to work with Asus and ASRock, no problem, based off of what the instructions say to do. But the instructions say for Gigabyte motherboards, all you do is plug it into the PCIe slot, and it's supposed to show you your postcode debug. Well, it's not showing me anything. So it's like, and they don't know what to tell me, and it's like, we're going back and forth in circles, and Gigabyte support is basically useless at this point. So anyway, Hardware Info is known for its detailed system information and diagnostics capabilities as partnered with Gigabyte. Let's see. So what are they going to do? Is it just like a skin for the thing here, or... Okay, when Hardware Info detects a Gigabyte motherboard, a unique skin specifically designed for Gigabyte with Aorus colors and characteristics will automatically be applied. The skin is included in the Hardware Info. Okay, so it's like a pre-bundled theme that only runs on Hardware Info if you have a Aorus or I guess a Gigabyte motherboard. The thing is, they're using the Aorus branding, but not all Gigabyte motherboards use the Aorus branding. So I find that kind of confusing. Does it apply to... Is it going to give you Aorus branding in hardware info if it's like any random Gigabyte board?
Seems all the other knights already have their hands full.
Hey, this is cool. One of the highlights is the development of new memory timings feature. This is actually really good. This is good. This is like having like Zen timings just built into hardware info. I actually like this. I might actually use this. If I'm going to overclock my 4 sticks of memory to like 6,000 or whatever. This is cool. But I assume this isn't going to be exclusive to Gigabyte, though. Is it? The collaboration is development. Oh, it is. The collaboration is the development of a new memory timings feature. With Gigabyte's expertise in memory technologies and hardware info's diagnostic capabilities, users can now monitor their memory timing setting and gain valuable insights into the performance. That's cool. Yeah, I've been saying this for years. I feel like Asus used to be my favorite motherboard brand, but I think Asus has gotten way too big for their own good, and I feel like Asus, no offense to JJ, because I think he's an excellent guy when it comes to explaining the ins and outs of the Asus product stack. So he's a great guy, but so no offense to JJ, but for Asus in general, Asus as a company, I feel like they've gotten to the point where they've gotten really big, so they feel like they're very high and mighty. And when companies get like that, I tend to stop paying attention to them, or I kind of like take a step back and I start supporting the little guys. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like I don't want to say it's coincidence that I'm literally running all my modern systems on Gigabyte and now ASRock, because I used to be Asus and MSI. Like my Zen 3, Zen 2, first gen Ryzen, all that stuff was Asus, and my Intel Haswell was MSI, and my AMD Bulldozer was Asus. And if we go further back to like Phenom and, you know, Athlon Core, those were all Asus. So I'm traditionally an Asus guy in terms of like building PCs. And then I got MSI a couple of times, like MSI on Intel, MSI on Threadripper. So I'm familiar with Asus and MSI, and it wasn't until I upgraded to Zen 4 and AM5 that I actually got Gigabyte for the first time ever. So, and I like Gigabyte. They're doing good. Like, the motherboards are really good. Now, I can't comment on their graphics cards, but their motherboards are pretty good. I like the Aorus Master. I think it's one of the best AM5 motherboards. It is expensive at $500, but it's a really good motherboard, and if you go beyond $500 on a motherboard, you're not really getting a whole lot more value. So I feel like Gigabyte kind of did it right by capping out. Now, obviously, they have the Aorus Extreme at $700, which I think that's a waste, but, you know, $500 is kind of like the limit in terms of how much I would spend on a motherboard. And I think Gigabyte kind of priced themselves correct, because if you look at the other flagships from Asus, MSI, they're like way too much. Like the Ace is like $700, $800. The Asus Crosshair Hero is like $700. The Asus Crosshair Extreme is $1,000. You know, they've gotten too big on the price, like everything else. But, you know, we're talking about a motherboard here, not a graphics card. So it's like, you know, what are we doing? What are we doing with these prices on these motherboards? Gigabyte monitors are super well priced. Yeah, I know they've got a really good one, like that U28 or whatever. But this is a really good feature, though. This is actually really nice. I might actually use this. So, funnily enough, they've got it with the Gigabyte Z790. That's actually the same motherboard that I'm using on the Intel board. So, yeah, the M27Q, yeah. 27-inch 4K is where it's at, people. You want to go 27-inch, otherwise you don't have any space on your desk. Trust me, I'm running triple monitors I got a 4K 27 in the middle, and I got dual 1440p, 140. All three monitors are 144 hertz, but I got dual 1440p on the left and the right, and they're only 24 inches, so it doesn't take up my whole desk. I still got plenty of space. So that, I mean, that's how I like to do it. I like triple monitors more than like ultra wide or any of that kind of stuff. But you know, you're not gonna run 4K yet, but you could when you get the 7. Yeah, that's the reason why I have the XTX. I'll tell you right now, the main reason why I have the XTX is because last year I upgraded to the InZone M9. It's all because of well, where is it? What happened? Oh no, they got rid of my old builds because they refreshed the tabs on me. Anyway, I have Sony InZone. It's all because of this thing. This thing forced me to go to a 7900 XTX because the 6900 was fine, but you know, the 6900 XT, you're going to start compromising on settings at 4K. You're going to have to rely a lot more on FSR2. You're going to have to potentially turn down shadows and some kind of stuff like that. So XTX for 4K, it's excellent. Where was that article again? What did I do with the article? Where did I put it? I don't even know where the article is. Oh, here it is. Yeah, that's cool. You want high refresh 1440? I mean, I've been on high refresh 1440 for a lot since 2017, man. I went to 1440p 144 in 2017 for Final Fantasy 14 Stormblood, and did that for like what, 5 years? Yeah, 5 years. Then went to 4K last year. So yeah, the struggle for 1440 144 back then wasn't actually that bad. Like you could do 1440 144 with a Vega 64 or a GTX 1080 or a 1080 Ti, any of them really. I mean, you can max pretty much everything at that resolution. So 1440p for me was never really a problem. My desk is huge though, because I've got spaces for all the boxes. Yeah, I've got space for, you know, like 7950X 3Ds. We got like lightsabers and stuff on here. VR headsets. We got some Intel stuff in here too, you know, 13900K is just coming through. PS5 remotes, controllers, Xbox 360 controllers, creative like speaker systems in the back over there. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. Like, you got the i5, you got that Skylake, you got that i5 Skylake. We got, like, lightsabers coming through, you know what I'm saying? We got Jedi Survivor coming through. 1440p is heavier than 4K? No. 240? I don't care about 240. I literally could care less at 240. I mean, for what I do, I play like Honkai Star Rail, man. Final Fantasy 14. I don't need no 240. So it depends on the use case. The one thing that I'm a little bit salty about was I applied for the Tekken 8 closed network test for PlayStation 5 and for PC, and I didn't get into either one. I was a little bit annoyed about that because I was looking forward to testing Tekken 8, getting early access to Tekken 8, because that's probably the only Starfield and Tekken 8. Now, I don't know if Tekken 8 is coming out this year. It's probably not coming out this year. If it does, it'll probably be November or December. But that was my most anticipated game that I'm still like really, really hoping it comes out this year. Because I already know Final Fantasy VII's not coming out this year. So, but yeah, like I really wanted to play Tekken 8 because I'm a big fan of Tekken. That's like my favorite fighting game franchise. That's like the only one that I actually still play. Mace Windu is a computer. Oh, you actually recognized it. That's cool. You recognize that it was Mace Windu's lightsaber. Yeah, this is Mace Windu's lightsaber for those that don't know. Yeah, it's got like the little clip over here to like hang from like the belt. That's cool. You recognized it. Yeah, it's the purple one. It's Mace Windu's. That thing sounds like a cat purring.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
You barely play. Yeah, dude. Like I don't play FPS shooters at all. Like I mean, Starfield's combat system is gonna be shooters, sort of. I mean, you can kind of stealth through. I hope that Star Citizen gives you a lot of freedom in terms of how to actually play. Like, if you don't want to, like, run and gun through a lot of the combat sequences, if you can, like, stealth through, like Metal Gear Solid or Death Stranding, that would be really cool. I would like that. Or if you can, like, negotiate your way through, kind of like Mass Effect, or I guess to a lesser extent, Cyberpunk, that would be really nice. You'll play FPS shooters? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I would play other games with friends. I would play like Age of Empires 2, or well, I guess it depends. Maybe sometimes I'll play like Apex Legends or PUBG, but I haven't played either one of those games in a really long time. Like, I think the last time I played PUBG was like 2021 during the dark times, and the last time I played Apex Legends was probably a year ago, if not a little bit longer. So, and I don't really play Fortnite either, so, or Overwatch for that matter. And I'll never really bother with Overwatch 2 because Overwatch 2 is a joke, and unfortunately you can't play Overwatch 1 anymore. So it's like, well, you know, those things are not a thing anymore. Do you think Starfield will flop pretty badly on the technical side? Why do you say that? You just don't trust Bethesda?
Seems all the other knights already have their hands full.
Do you run a UPS with the PCs? No, I don't. I should. Now granted, I really should. And I've thought about it, but no, I haven't. I don't have any UPC on it, or UPS. Yeah, so like in this case, for those that don't know, like the 7950X computer is literally right here. The 7950X 3D is literally over there. It's right next to it. The Intel computer is in a different location, but it's around. It's like I said, it's like a back room, kind of like server, NAS, whatever, home server sort of PC. That's what I use the 13900K for, because it has a bunch of E-cores, and I basically power limit it to Intel stock. So I don't really use that computer for like gaming. That one's more for like work stuff, virtual machines and that kind of stuff. That's the reason why the Intel computer right now is running 128 gigs of RAM, and it's only at the slow 4800 megahertz, because it's like I don't really need it to do a lot. It just needs to have a lot of capacity. What do you think of the new Framework laptop? Oh, I talked about that earlier on stream. I actually really like Framework. I like what they're doing. I fear that what will end up happening is other companies like Lenovo, HP, Dell are going to try to copy Framework, and they're going to be able to undercut Framework, because Framework is a startup company. They don't have a lot of money, so they can't scale as well as these larger juggernaut OEMs. So what will probably happen is if Framework continues to be successful, because if you guys have looked at Framework recently, Framework laptop. So for those that don't know what we're talking about, let's go look at Framework. Framework, for those that don't know, it's the idea, it's a startup company called Framework that is all about making a modular laptop. So you can choose how many USB ports you want, if you want a numpad or not, or you can have one, and then if you don't want one, you can take it off and then use it when you want it. You have all, like it's as shown here. So I think it's a really cool product, and I kind of wanted to get one, but the problem is if you go look at the, like for example, the Framework 16, right now, Framework 16 DIY AMD Ryzen 7040, the problem is it's kind of pricey, but what they're giving you is actually pretty high spec. They're not giving you like low-end stuff. But the problem isn't necessarily the price, it's the lead times. It's the lead times. And this goes back to what I was saying at the very beginning of the stream, where the lead times on NVIDIA's machine learning AI GPUs, like the Grace Hopper, for example, NVIDIA has insane lead times of like 6 months or more. And because of that, they're going to have to scale back their RTX 40 series production from TSMC because they need to manufacture more of these high-end AI. So Framework is running into the same bottleneck. Like, Framework has way too much demand, and if you want to buy a Framework laptop today, you won't be able, like if you literally buy one today, right now, you won't be able to get that laptop. They won't even ship the laptop to you until like April of next year at the earliest. And because of that long lead time, that's the reason why I haven't gotten one. I mean, I really wanted one, but it's like, you know, I'm not gonna wait around till like April or whatever. So that's the only problem that they're gonna run into. So my biggest fear, because I really like what they're doing, it's a novel concept. It's actually a really simple concept, and it's almost mind-boggling why nobody else decided to do this. Like, why didn't HP or Dell or Lenovo think of doing this? But the problem is, now that Framework has a lot of visibility, what I see happening potentially within the next couple of years is either, if they continue to be successful and constantly sell out and have to, you know, like backlog all the way until July or something just to get a part that you buy now. You know, if that keeps happening, then I think what will happen is HP, Dell, Lenovo, and maybe some other laptop OEMs, they might decide to make their own modular, basically a ripoff of Framework, and then sell it under their brand, and they have way better marketing. You know, everybody knows like Lenovo Legion for gaming laptops, etc., all that kind of stuff. They can outmarket Framework, basically be a fast second, and ship on time, etc., and basically kind of steal Framework's idea and either put them out of business, or what one of them could do is potentially buy Framework out from under themselves and basically get rid of them by buying them and then basically incorporating their Framework laptop into their own product portfolio. So those are the sort of things that I can see happening with Framework in the future. Someone could do the same thing with phones, to be honest. Somebody tried doing that. I remember seeing in CES one year, this was a while back, probably like 2015 or something. Someone tried to make a modular phone years ago. I think LG tried to do that, but it never took off. And, you know, like LG doesn't even make smartphones anymore. So, you know, if this doesn't work out, like, I think that either they'll go out of business, or someone will buy them, or someone will steal their idea and mass produce it in way more volume so that Framework can't really compete. And then they'll just continue to be like a niche company, because, you know, if Lenovo starts selling this stuff with their own brand, then, like, you know, like, imagine if Lenovo next year announces like Lenovo IdeaPad. Like, they'll come up with some kind of fancy name, right? Like, they'll kind of be like a ripoff of Framework. It'll be like Lenovo IdeaWorks or some stupid whatever, you know, like, and then that's what they'll use, and it's the same exact thing. So Leave it to Lenovo, because Lenovo is, you know, they're pretty big and they've got like a strong brand recognition in the laptop space. Mainly because Lenovo's got, not only do they have the legendary ThinkPad brand, they've got Legion in the gaming sector, and they've got IdeaPad and Lenovo Essentials and Yoga and all this other stuff. So Lenovo is probably the one that I can see being the first one to like rip off Framework's idea. I wouldn't put it past Lenovo to like basically steal this idea and start selling it in like the Chinese market, for example, next year. And then branch it out to the global market at some point, maybe 2025. Who knows? But really cool stuff, though. I like it. I wish that the lead times weren't so bad. I mean, I would get one of these. Like, the cool thing about this, do you guys understand? This is literally a removable graphics card. You can literally upgrade your graphics card for your laptop. That's like pretty cool. There used to be laptops that could do this. Now, everybody knows about external GPUs. Those things are a meme because they're never as fast as a full desktop GPU. Like, you run an eGPU. You know how many lanes of PCIe an eGPU has? 4 lanes. You get 4 lanes. So everybody's complaining about, like, the 7600 only having, like, 8 lanes. Well, you know what? An eGPU only has 4. So it has half of that. And usually that's not a problem. But if you have some cheap eGPU enclosure that only does, like, PCIe 3... Now you got 4 lanes of PCIe 3. So that's, you know, that's basically Thunderbolt. That's like the Thunderbolt 4 spec. For a GPU, that's okay, but it's not going to be anywhere near as fast as the original. The MXM standard, that thing is really obscure. Oh, you mean the, like the thing for the docking stations? Because I remember Lenovo used to have docking stations years ago that could fit external GPUs in them, and you could upgrade those. I like this, though. See, like, I would totally do this. I would have the numeric keypad when I felt like using a numeric keypad, but if I wanted the laptop to be symmetrical, I could remove the numeric keypad and make the laptop look symmetrical, and that would be nice. I could make it look like an Apple, if I want it to look like an Apple one day, and then if I want it to look like an actual, like, work laptop, I would put the numpad on there. MXM is a standard used to make graphics cards swappable on laptops. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I think that, I get it. Because that's the thing that, that was the thing that I think Lenovo had a long time ago. And when I say a long time ago, I'm talking about, like, 2009. 2010, 2008. Like, the MXM thing, I think that was, like, derived from one of those earlier standards from way back when. So, AMD, this, that, whatever. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice, actually, yeah. I like this. I like being able to choose what you want for your port configuration, having it modular. To me, see, I feel like a modular laptop works a lot better than a modular smartphone, because a smartphone is too small to see much benefit from being able to swap out the type of ports, because you don't really need more than like your USB-C and maybe a headphone jack, or, you know, the volume rocker and the home button and the fingerprint sensor, all that kind of stuff. That's really all you need. It's like you don't really need to plug in multiple things to a smartphone. But a laptop is a completely different story, because I mean, I would put in like an RJ45, 2 USB-A, 2 USB-C, and maybe a 3.5 headphone jack or something on the other side, because I think it's like 3 on each side. Well, the battery's there. You know, the battery's always going to be there. You just put the battery on there. That's nice, though. And then the eGPU. Like, the fact that you can do the eGPU. This is really good. So what are the actual specs? Let's see. So, You can choose between a Ryzen 7 7840HS or the 7940HS. So interestingly enough, they're going all in with the higher spec. They're going with the 35 watt to 45 watt TDP, configurable TDP on the Ryzen stuff. They're not opting for the U series parts, which I think is actually a smart choice, because that means that this is going to be a high-end laptop. 45 watt continuous processor. Okay, so they're going for the 45 watt TDP. So these are the high-end ones, and they're going with the integrated. Obviously, these both come with the 780M and discrete. Oh, you know what? Their discrete GPU is a 7700S. That's really rare. Like, that's actually... That might be one of the reasons why we haven't seen 7700 for a while, because they're all going to, like, mobile? Maybe these are going to be, like, laptop discrete GPUs? That's cool. Western Digital Black. SSDs. These are all Gen 4 SSDs. DDR5. You know what, though? Look at this. The DDR5, they're already clocking the DDR5 to 5600. AMD's official spec on their Zen 4 desktop is 5200. So that tells me that these Ryzen mobile parts already have a better memory controller in them than the Zen 4. Now, I could be wrong because, you know, these are probably LPDDR5. So these probably have looser timings to achieve this speed. They're probably like CL40, CL44, something like that. Okay, DX, yep, good night. All right. It was good talking with you. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, these are clocking up to 5600, so that means even like 64 gigs. So this could be kind of a preview to Zen 5's memory controller, because Zen 2 Plus was a lot like Zen 3 in a lot of ways. So this could be... So if Zen 4 was officially 5200, Zen 5 might be officially 5600, which basically means Zen 5 will just be like Raptor Lake, because Raptor Lake's official spec is 56. Have you finished? No, I haven't finished Hogwarts Legacy. Not even close. The last time I played it was literally the live stream. I haven't played it since the live stream. It's got the Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. Yeah, so this is actually really nice. Just 85 watt hour, that's a really good battery capacity. 85 is good. I would say, in my opinion, laptop batteries with 45 watt, they at minimum it would be like a 68 watt hour or a 60 watt hour would be like the bare minimum. So 85 watt hour, that's a good number. The higher end is like 90 to 100 watt hour. So this is actually pretty good. Fingerprint reader can be included. Okay. A lot of laptops are doing that nowadays. I mean, Lenovo and Dell, I think, were the first ones to do that on the professional laptops. So, yeah, it's good. Expansion bay is PCI X8. Okay. That means that the external GPU is X8 as opposed to X4. So that's actually pretty decent. And that's the built-in one. So, okay. That makes sense.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
So pretty good, but the problem is lead times. So, hopefully this framework laptop takes off. Well, I mean, they're selling really well. Like, their backlog for fulfilling orders is all the way into next year. Like, if you want one of the... If you try to place an order, you won't be able to get it until April of next year. Maybe March, I don't know. But I think April. So that's good. That's a good sign because it means that they are selling a lot. They're selling more than they originally expected since they're selling through their batches. You don't know if you care about spoilers, but how you avoid having the game spoiled. How you avoid having the game spoiled for you all this time. I just don't look at any Hogwarts Legacy content. I mean, that's the same thing with Last of Us. Like, I don't know how The Last of Us Part 1 ends. And that game is literally like The Last of Us Part 1 on PC is a remaster of a 2020 or a 2013 game on the PS3. Does that make sense? So I'll rephrase that. The Last of Us Part 1 on PC is a remaster of a PlayStation 4 edition of the game, which is in itself a remaster of the PlayStation 3 original. And I still don't know how The Last of Us ends. And I know there's like a whole like a live action Netflix or Hulu or somebody did one. The guy from Mandalorian is Cole. Basically, Pedro Pascal plays as Cole from The Last of Us in the show. And I've never watched the TV show, but I know that it exists, so I have no idea how The Last of Us Part 1 ends. Like, so, and the game is like literally from 2013, and I still don't know how it ends. So yeah. Oh, Joel. Oh, his name's Joel. Oh, I did it again, guys. I keep calling the main character Cole. I don't even know why. I don't know why I do that. Yeah. I know, Joel. That was a running joke when I was streaming that game. Back when it was new in March. I kept calling the guy Cole, and people were just like laughing the whole time. It was so bad. It was so bad. And I went and did it again. I went and called him Cole by mistake. Oh man. The concept of the laptop is very nice. Not sure about the fit and finish with it being modular. Can't wait to play The Last of Us Part 1 on PC when you can. Yeah, it's good. It's hard to run though, but it's good. If you're on like a 4K monitor, you're gonna need like a really high-end system for that. Anyway. Let me try to do these dailies. What was I trying to do here? Where is this guy? He's like way up there. Genshin is never ending. I don't know how you do it.
Freeze.
I mean, I haven't played it in a while. Hold up. What am I supposed to do? Where's the guy? Oh, he's like up here. I'm gonna revisit Genshin though, because later this month, Genshin's gonna get a massive expansion. They're adding a new continent, so Fontaine is being added to the game. So we're getting, basically for me, the gaming schedule is going to be a mix between Genshin Impact and Starfield. Those are the two games I'm going to be playing a ton of over the next several weeks. Starting with Genshin, well, it kind of depends. I think Genshin, let me look here. See, I gotta finish this. I gotta finish the Secret Summer Paradise, the summer event that they do, because it's so FOMO. Like, this game is so FOMO. Like, if you don't play the game for like a month, you feel like you should just quit the game forever. That's how it is with these type of games. So I got 11 days to finish the Secret Summer Paradise, because once this event is over, it's gone forever. It's never coming back. If you never experience the content, too bad. You'll never get to experience that content. It is a one-time deal, gone forever. You missed it. You weren't there. You didn't experience it. Shame on you. That's kind of the feeling of the FOMO in these type of games. So I gotta basically like cram, sit down and like spam through all the dialogue, grab all the treasure, get all the primo gems, do all that stuff, and then just kind of like complete everything. So I've done most of it. I think I'm like 2/3 of the way through. So I just need to finish it. But yeah, like this is the big thing. So it's 11 days. What that means is that in 11 days, after this event is gone, Fontaine will drop, aka the next expansion. And a Genshin expansion is kind of like an MMO expansion in terms of the amount of content. You get a whole new continent. You get a whole bunch of new music. Like the music in this game is so good. Every time I talk about Genshin, I have to always mention the soundtrack. This game has like one of the best soundtracks of like a free-to-play game ever made. So the soundtrack for Fontaine's gonna be good. In fact, like I think it was Marcelo. Someone was commenting on the like the background music was playing when I was explaining one of the live stream things. Like that was the music from this game. So yeah, like that's a thing. And then just a whole bunch of treasure. It's basically like imagine The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Only it's a free-to-play gacha game that you can invite your friends to join you in exploring the world together and doing stuff. Like, that's kind of what this game is. So, it's really good. And I currently have all the characters. I currently literally have the entire character roster. Like, I have every single character. So it's like, when I got every character in the game, I'm like, okay, I'm done. I don't have to play this game for like a month or like 2 months. And then they go and drop the summer event, and I'm like, okay, I gotta play the summer event at some point in time. But thankfully, I don't have to like play the game because there's no characters. There's basically nothing for me to get in this game. So yeah. I basically have the entire set. I'm not AR-60 yet, but I'm almost there. You like those limited time deals? Oh, like those limited time deals? So to enjoy the content, you have to rush the content. Well, no, you don't have to rush the content, but yeah, you kind of do. Well, if you don't play the game religiously, like all the time, then you have to rush the content, I guess, if that makes sense. So what I'm saying is like normally I wouldn't have to rush the content. It's just I haven't been playing the game regularly for a while. So it's like I basically kind of stopped playing this game after I got Kirara, which was the like that's why I was bringing up the character roster. The reason why I was bringing up the character roster because I'm saying like after I got her, this girl right here, there was nothing, there was no other character, right? Like, they stopped adding characters to the game. Thankfully, they stopped adding characters to the game. So I could quit the game. Like, I basically haven't played this game since June. Like, I logged in to start working on the limited time event, and that was recent. That was literally last weekend. So, other than that, it's like I haven't really played the game. So, I haven't had to. So, and that's really good, because it's like I don't really want to be playing this game all the time. So Star Rail is kind of the replacement, though. Like, that's kind of the game that has replaced Genshin in terms of... And to a lesser extent, Final Fantasy XIV. Like, I want to get back into Final Fantasy XIV, but when they announced that the next expansion is summer of 2024, I'm like, yes! That means I don't have to go back to Final Fantasy XIV. I can just keep playing Star Rail and try to finish Hogwarts Legacy and maybe The Last of Us and all these other games I need to finish. So, where are we going? Oh, we're going this way. I mean, I would like to play a new MMO. I mean, I wanted to play Blue Protocol, but that game never came out. So I'm like, okay, so I guess I'm stuck playing Genshin for dailies, like as a perpetual game. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, I want to play an MMO. I'd rather play an MMO than this, but it's like, there's nothing for me to play except this, and I guess Star Rail. And I guess Hogwarts. Yeah, there's always Hogwarts. I like how this battle music just started playing. Because I flew by this one dude, this one, like, dragon, and then the music started playing. Hogwarts. And finish... Oh, yeah, Hogwarts. Yeah, that doesn't match. Yeah. Alright, I think we're good on this. Yeah, let's go turn this in. Yeah, but I think the Genshin's kind of slowed down, and that's a good thing. Not a lot of people have been playing Genshin lately, other than like the event. That's like the one thing to do in this game. But I mean, I am so behind. I'm so behind in the story. You see, like I'm not even close. Like, where's the? You guys see how far I am? I haven't done. What have I not done? I haven't done like any. No, I've done those. What do I need to do again? Oh, like I haven't done any of these story quests for these characters. I haven't completed the, like, a lot of these things. Like these hangout things. So there's a bunch of stuff that I can still do. But the main thing that I should probably do is the Archon quest. Because I haven't done the Archon quest. And that's gonna probably prevent me from going to Fontaine on day one when everybody is in a mad rush to experience that content. So I should probably do that.
What's the hurry?
But it's like, who needs fancy graphics when the game is good? You know, that's my motto. Like, if the game's good and the graphics are good enough, then as long as the game's fun, the game being fun is greater than good graphics, if that makes sense. Now, the graphics can't be garbage like 1995 terrible, like PS1 era. That just won't fly. You know, like, I don't care how good the gameplay is. If the game looks like a PS1 game in 2023, I'm not going to bother playing it. So there is kind of a certain limit with that statement, but it's like, no, the game has to look good. Yeah, no, like, Genshin looks pretty good. Like, and the fact that this game was made in Unity, of all things, is kind of mind-boggling. Because I still don't understand how they were able to get such good draw distance. Like, in terms of the distance, like how far you can see in the game world. And everything being there. Like all the enemy units and stuff. So. But see, like, just to prove that I haven't played the game that much, you guys can see, like, my battle pass level is only level 15. I don't have the battle pass. I'm strictly in a free-to-play mode when it comes to treating this game right now. Genshin does look quite good for its intended art style.
What's the hurry?
Yeah, no, yeah, I would agree. It looks really good. I mean, to me, Genshin looks like a better Legend of Zelda. Like, let's be real. It's kind of a ripoff of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild in terms of the gameplay. Like, the fact that you can do stuff like, you know, this, like the, well, I failed to show that, but, okay, I really failed there. But, like this. Like, you can climb on walls. You know how you can climb on walls in Zelda? Like, you can do the same thing. They stole that. Scaling walls, like in the Zelda game, is stolen. The gliding thing is kind of like a ripoff. The swimming is also kind of a ripoff. Like, you can swim. The new thing that will be added is underwater exploration. So as of right now, you can't go underwater in this game. But in Fontaine, in the upcoming expansion, you will be able to go underwater. So I kind of think of it like when Final Fantasy XIV added underwater swimming in Stormblood. You know, like, I feel like the upcoming expansion for Genshin is going to be a lot like that. Yeah, and you know what's weird? Like, this game has FSR2. Like, I'll show you guys. I don't use it because I don't need to use it, but it's like, we've got 4K. It caps at 60 FPS. I wish they could do like a 120 FPS option or a 90 FPS option, but it caps at 60. Render resolution this doesn't really do much. Like, you can scale this up, but it doesn't really do anything because, like, I'm already running the game at 4K anyway, so it's like super sharp. And then, you know, everything is like maxed. But see, here's the thing, like, they actually have FSR2 in this game, which is really, it's really surprising. You know that for anti-aliasing, they have FSR2. Like I'm thinking, why do they have FSR2? But it's like whatever. I guess for older systems, like, or if they're on a 4K monitor, I mean they can do 60, I guess, with FSR2. But it's like, you know, the only thing I turn off is the motion blur. I don't like the motion blur in this game. Actually, you know what? The motion blur at low might not be that bad. Let me test that out.
More speed.
I'd have to test.
Yeah.
I'd have to test it in like combat, but low doesn't seem like it's any different from off. You can do yes, you can. You can play with up to 3 other players. Like, see how I've got 4 characters on screen? So I've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Like, you can co-op with other players in the game. Like, you can group up with randoms. You can group up with friends on the friends list. Like, up to 4 people can be co-oping together in the game. You could probably run Genshin on a potato. Well, it runs on smartphones. Guys, this is considered a mobile game. But it does have a PC client. And this game is actually on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4. So, another one that Xbox desperately needs, in my book, that they don't have. High-end APUs, like the 780M. Yeah, no, yeah. I've run the game on a 680M. It can run on a 680M. Because the workstation laptop that I have has a 680M, and yep, it runs perfectly fine on a 680M at 1080p. Yeah. But there's gonna be a lot of, for me, in the upcoming weeks leading up to Starfield. So let's see, we've got 11 days and 15 hours before Fontaine. So how many days is that? I'm trying to think, like, when is that? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Whoa, that means that Fontaine's coming out like 2 weeks before Starfield. So that means that's actually really good news. That means I can play a ton of Genshin Impact before Starfield. I can burn myself out on Genshin Impact for like 2 weeks, then play Starfield and not have to feel like I need to play Genshin Impact. So that's actually really good. The XTX is probably sleeping. Yeah, it's not even doing anything. I think the fans might not even be running. But this game scales surprisingly well. Like, in terms of, it can, like you guys are saying, we joke about it running on a potato. That's true. You can run it on a potato. You can run it on a mobile APU. And you can run it on a 4K monitor with a high-end graphics card. It scales up and down.
You must resist the power.
It's a surprisingly well-made game. I'm not gonna lie. Like, when this game first came out, I was skeptical. But then when I realized, like, it actually, like, the graphics are pretty decent for what it is. It's a free-to-play game. It has exceptional exploration. The questing's pretty fun. The main story is actually pretty good. And the music is really, really good. So it's like, when you put all that together, it's like a multiplayer, like, Legend of Zelda game. That's the easiest way I can describe it to somebody who doesn't know anything about it. So it's a good game. It'll be hard to pull myself away from it to play, like, a new MMO. Like, if I wanted to go and play, like, what's that one MMO that's coming out? I know Blue Protocol was a big flop. It's still not out. At this point, it's probably never going to do anything significant. But there are a couple of MMOs, like Ashes. What is it? Ashes of Creation. There's one MMO in particular that, like, Asmongold and those guys were always, like, talking about a couple of months ago. You wanted to play it back when it released because people were calling it a Zelda clone, but the multi-character thing threw you off. Oh, you don't like having multiple characters, though? Like, see, I actually like, I like having multiple characters. I think it's cool because you have different characters that change up the gameplay. Like, you have first-person shooter style, you know? You have different moves. You have your ult, like in Overwatch.
Freeze to the core.
Everybody's got the you can like combine different characters' elements and stuff.
Crush.
Grenades. She has like all these grenades that she carries around that explode and stuff. And then this dude like freezes things. He's like ice. So. Oh, so you like those type of games where it's like one character that can do everything? Yeah, so then you would like Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14's like that. I actually like having multiple party members. Like, I like being able to switch between different party members in game. That's like a really nice benefit of this game's combat system. Because I think it changes things up, and it seems like it's more interesting. What constellations? Like nothing. See, the secret to getting, like, all the characters is forget about constellations and forget about weapons. So it's like, here's the thing. I'll give you guys the tip. If you want to play a gacha game and you want to collect all the characters, if you get a character, like, for example, like, we'll use this character, Kokomi. She's the most broken healer character in the game. If you get her on her banner, like right now, she's on her like 3rd or 4th rerun or whatever. Like, once you get her, the next time she shows up, you never roll on her banner ever again. Like, never ever do it. Same thing with this guy. Like, once you get the character, ignore no matter what. Like, if there's a new 4-star character on that banner, but you already have that 5-star character, then don't roll on that banner. Because at some point, there'll be an event that gives you the 4-star character for free, for doing nothing. Or not doing nothing, doing the event. All you gotta do is do the event, and you get the 4-star character. I mean, isn't she broken because of constellations? Well, I mean, no, no, she's not. Like, that's the thing. Like, even with no constellations, this character is still the most broken healer. Like, constellations are a complete meme. Like, in my mind, like, the way I managed to get all the characters is I completely ignore constellations, and I completely ignore the 5-star weapon banner. This banner is dead to me. Like, it doesn't exist to me. When I look at the screen right now, I see a white screen with nothing on it. There's literally nothing here. There's nothing to see. When I click on this, I see his banner, but I already have him, so I don't need to roll on this character. When I click on her banner, I see her. I already have this character. I don't need to roll on her banner. I click on this thing. I don't need any of these things, whatever. So this is like a complete skip. You know what I'm saying? That is how you get all the characters. Who cares about these stupid whale weapons? They're completely garbage, useless. Like, no one, it doesn't even matter. There's no PvP. There's no competitive multiplayer. There's like no reason to have any kind of like 5-star thing. Is Diluc still good? No. Well, I mean, he's fun. He's fun to use, but no, not really. I mean, he's fine. There's really, honestly, like, you gotta look at it like this. The way I can mentally prepare myself to handle a gacha game are a couple of things. One is you cannot expect to have all the content early on. You have to play the long game. As long as you play the game, you know, long term, eventually you'll basically have all the content. It just takes a long time. But it depends on what you mean by having all the content. In my mind, the only thing I care about is having all the characters. I don't care about all the weapons. I don't care about having all the artifacts maxed out.
I didn't know you
I
were
could
such
care
a
less about that
sucker.
stuff. So, like, I'll give you guys an example. Let's look at Eula. I'll give you an example. So, she's a 5-star character. See, look, Constellation, nothing. Who cares? I don't care. This stuff is dead to me. Artifacts, look at this. I have my, like, whatever. It has this stats, this thing, physical damage, you know, crit rate on this, with attack percentages, crit rate on this, whatever. So, she basically... Now, one thing you'll notice is that her artifacts are only plus 16. I didn't even bother to waste time going all the way to plus 20. That shows you... My mindset is I just want the characters. I don't care about having broken stats. I don't care about, like, 3-shotting bosses or whatever. So, it's like, these are her stats. She's level 85. She has almost 50% crit rate, 114% crit damage, 107.9% physical damage bonus, and it's like, you know, whatever. If I were to level up her artifacts to plus 20, she'd probably be a lot better. But I don't care. That's not why I played the game. How much does Genshin roll in per month? It's in the millions. I don't remember anymore. I don't think it's that much currently, but anytime there's like a brand new character banner, then it rolls in a lot of money. But after that, it's like, nah, it's just whatever, you know, like it's like a typical loot box
share the
game.
same cultural heritage, but the knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
So it kind of depends on your mindset. Like in my opinion, I don't care about 5-star weapons. I don't care about constellations. I don't even care about artifacts. Like literally, I just want my artifacts to be plus 16, so I don't have to waste my time farming artifacts. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'll just put, you know, whatever works, level 16. If you have a 5-star weapon, great. I've got the Skyward Blade. That's cool. For her, I'm just using her, you know, this thing, whatever. And I'm using a free-to-play fish-on-a-stick bow weapon for her. And I've got my 5-star book from the standard banner on her. So, you know, whatever. You know, this guy, again, the 5-star standard banner weapon. So I don't have any kind of, like, what was I going to say? Like, any kind of crazy stuff. I've got, like, generic 4-star. I've got another one of those 5 stars. And here's the thing. Like, look at this. I've got two Lost Prayer to the Sacred Winds. I got one for Lisa, and there's another one on Klee. However, I'm not going to combine them into a rank 2. I'm not going to throw away a 5-star weapon to make a rank 2 5-star weapon. That is the stupidest thing someone could possibly do. If I have 2 5-star of the same weapon, I'm going to put them on 2 different characters. So that's how I do it. You know what I'm saying? So like, what's another example? Wolf's Gravestone. We've got Wolf's Gravestone on Dia, and we've got a Wolf's Gravestone on, I think Diluc has got one. Yeah, Diluc's got a Wolf's Gravestone, and Dia's got a Wolf's Gravestone. See, this is what happens when you play the game for a very long time. You end up getting a bunch of stuff just because you play the game over a long period of time. This is called the law of large numbers. And I have kind of like a secret motto. Like, if I have a 4-star weapon, the 4-star weapon goes to level 90. If I have a 5-star weapon, it stops at level 80. That saves an insane amount of resources. So, just kind of FYI. Because you don't really get a whole lot more scaling on your 5-star by going from like 80 to 90. It's a massive waste of resources. So she's using a level 1. What is he using? He's using the Solar Pearl. So I've got the Battle Pass thing on him. She's using Sacrificial Greatsword because it matches her outfit and it's actually her best in slot. So imagine playing a perma-death Gamba MMO. It couldn't do it anyway. What? You mean like Sword Art Online sort of deal? You like the electric character with the big sword, cool abilities? The electric character with the big sword? You mean her? she's a healer. Kuki's also a healer. She's like a ninja, but she's like a healer. It doesn't make any sense. She looks like an assassin, but she's totally not an assassin. She's basically a middle manager that can heal. That just decides to dress up like a ninja. No, like one of the first characters. Oh, you mean who? The one with the big... Oh, Eula. Her? She's electric. She's not even, like... I mean, we'll just go through the list. Like, so he's got Skyward. She's got this thing from the Ice Mountain. She's got the sword fish turned into a bow. That's like a free-to-play... You basically get this from fishing. Like, doing the fishing mini game. You get this thing. And then Klee's got the book. Venti's got the stringless. This dude is Wind. He's got his spear. The reason why I have his best in slot on him is because this is available in the standard banner. I got it off the standard banner. She's got, again, the Skyward Spine off the standard banner. Oh, you mean her? She's got my Battle Pass weapon. You can see that this is rank 3 because I had the Battle Pass multiple times over a long period of time. So that's why that's rank 3. And then she's got Widsith. It's not even leveled up. Oh, Razor. I don't even use Razor. She's got Lithic. She's got Lost Prayer. Ganyu's got something isn't even leveled up. Dia's got Wolf's Gravestone. Ito's got Serpent's Spine, rank 3. So this is the Battle Pass weapon. This weapon actually matches his outfit, like, really well. I actually really like Serpent's Spine on him. It's one of his best in slot, but it is a Battle Pass weapon. And then Festering Desire was a free-to-play FOMO event weapon for Albedo back during his debut banner. And then Zhongli is using a 3-star weapon, which I need to level up more. The Widsith, rank 5, level 90, so that's really good. He's using... Okay, Kazuha is using this weapon that was a free-to-play FOMO weapon that was available last year from last year's summer event. So, you know, that's how I have that. And it matches his outfit. It actually looks really good on him, and it's really good with him. You know, and then Jean's got Aquila Favonia off of the standard banner. Chi-Chi has a sacrificial sword, because that's her best in slot. Oh, by the way, so Chi-Chi, a little thing to say about her, it took me 2 years to get this character. I kid you not. It took me 2 years to get this character. This is what I mean by if you play a gacha game for a long period of time, the law of large numbers eventually take over, and you eventually get all the characters just through the sheer vastness of playing the game for so long. So she was the one standard banner character that evaded me for 2 years, because I started playing this game in, I think, October of 2020. So in like the first year of the pandemic is when this game came out. So I started playing this game. I played when Venti was like the first banner ever, like on his original banner. But it took me 2 years to get her because she would never show up for whatever reason. So like I started playing the game in 2020. I didn't get her until last summer, 2022. Or maybe it was like Sumeru. Or so, it was like probably like during Sumeru. So it was like September of last year. I finally got her. So in fact, we can actually go back and look at the day that I got her, because I like it. I like that this game keeps track of when you obtain the characters. So then Ayaka, you know, Samurai Girl. We've got this guy from Yu-Gi-Oh! Or whatever. And then he's using another free-to-play FOMO weapon. And then Yai Miko's using another Widsith rank 5. See, that's what happens when you play the game for a long period of time. And then you have her, then you've got him, then you have him with another, I think this was the most recent 5-star weapon. And then the Traveler, he's like the main character. You can either choose a male Traveler, male protagonist, or a female. Then this one guy with the free-to-play weapon. She's got a Royal Sword that's not even leveled up. He's got a free-to-play FOMO weapon. She's got her free-to-play FOMO weapon. And she's got the craftable free-to-play. She's got Favonius, so that's like another weapon that I collect over time. She has the Rust, Wolf's Gravestone, White Blind craftable, Skyward Harp, free-to-play, standard banner, Battle Pass, Flute, Sacrificial. So you guys can see, like, there's another craftable, Fischl. So Fischl's outfit was free from the last summer's event had this outfit. So she's using Royal for now. And then the Bell on Beto. This random guy, Keva, he's using a free-to-play rank 5 FOMO weapon. So I don't actually know how many characters there are. There's a lot, though. The Catch, free-to-play, craftable. From the fish side minigame. And then she's using the Flute. She's the latest character, by the way. For those that don't know who the most recent character in the game is, it's this girl, the cat girl. She's the one who can, like, turn into a car and, like, go up mountains or something. Like, it's kind of weird. And then Candace has the Favonius Lance. Probably one of the best, like, gacha weapons, but it's like a 4-star gacha. So you'll just obtain it over time. And then Skyward Harp, my second Skyward Harp, because I have 2 of them. And then the Rust, not even leveled up. Sacrificial Bow, there's my Sacrificial Bow. Dragon Spine, this is supposed to be on her, but I don't really use Rosaria, so as you can tell, like, she doesn't have anything on her. Then Barbara with her book, her 3-star book. Thrilling Tales. I don't know why I bothered leveling. Oh, I leveled it up all the way for max HP %. And then Foxboy, Favonius Warbow, he's actually pretty good. And then we got Ninja Girl with the Skyward Pride, like probably one of my favorite Claymore weapons. And then Favonius Sword on Waterboy, Favonius Lance on Fireman. Fire Girl's got the, this is the store weapon. I got this because I accumulated a whole bunch of points from just rolling over time, so I got this like a while back. Eye of Perception, not even leveled. Okay, so here's the characters that I don't use. Like I don't use Ningguang, I don't use Sucrose, although I do have her weapon leveled up. I don't use Beto. I mean, not Beto. I don't use Bennett. These are the characters that I don't use. These characters that you see here in the back, I don't use them. So she's got the FOMO bow. He's got Royal from the shop. Dragon's Bane, not even leveled. Here's Aloy. Here's Aloy from Horizon, Zero Dawn, and Forbidden West. She's literally in the game, guys. Aloy is a guest character in Genshin Impact. Just FYI. Like, Aloy... Actually, put her in. Get her in here right now. Like... I don't even know what she does. But I haven't leveled her up. She's level 20. I did that so I could get an extra wish. I could actually get more wishes by leveling these characters up. Aloy's in the game. Aloy from Horizon is in Genshin Impact. Anyway, I don't even use her. And then we've got her. She's got the deathmatch. I don't even know why she's using deathmatch. Why is this girl using deathmatch? I don't even use her. Like, this, what level? She's just level 20. What is this? And then Razor, don't use him either. He's got the Favonius Greatsword, though. And then we have Royal Grimoire. This is the shop weapon, Catalyst, on Yanfei. Yanfei is actually pretty good. I don't use her, but she is actually really good. And then this dude is using nothing. Why is he using nothing? Oh, because there is nothing to give him? Surely I can give him something better. Use this. Like, what are you doing? Okay, yeah, this guy, Mika, he's level 1. In fact, I think he's the only character who I never bothered to level up beyond level 1. Poor Mika. He's pretty good, I guess. I don't know who he's good with, but yeah. So yeah, that's the cast. I mean, how many characters is that? What is this? 5? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh no, 13. So what is that? 70? 72? 72 characters. And I got the last character that I got, the most recent character, I got her on June 10th. That was the last time I played the game. It was like June 10th. So, yeah. Foxboy, Ninja Girl, Fireman, Waterboy. Yeah, yeah, it's a pretty good roster. Yeah. Yeah, I just realized that I'm not that hyped up about the upcoming continent, like Fontaine. It's supposed to be here. It's like over here. It's in this upper area where it's all dark. This is where the Water Nation's supposed to be. It's kind of like Avatar, The Last Airbender. You got these elemental nations. So Liyue is kind of like... Oh, someone was mentioning Liyue earlier. Who was saying... There's somebody quit after Liyue. Was it Sid? Sid played when they released Liyue, and then after they... Well, Liyue was released at launch. Liyue wasn't new. But yeah, like the Earth Nation, the Wind Nation, the Nature Nation, although like half of this country is a rainforest, the other half is a desert. Arguably the larger area is the desert. And then down here, the one that's supposed to be like Japan, the Island Nation is, as you can see, it's like a bunch of islands. This is the Thunder Nation, or the Lightning Nation. So you got Lightning, Earth, Nature, and Wind so far. So the next nation is going to be Water. The theme is Water and Justice. I know, that sounds like a very random combination. Water and Justice is the concept. So Fontaine is going to be based off of like France. So think of like Paris. But I think it's also going to be somewhat influenced by Italy as well. So Venice, like places where there's like water, the city of water, you know, that kind of stuff. I think that's going to be the theme. So the fire one is like fire and chaos. Yeah, the fire one is next year. So the fire one is going to be over here. It's to the west. It's west of the desert. And the Water Nation is north of Liyue. It's like up here. And then the final nation that will conclude the current story arc is 2025. And that is going to be the Nation of Ice. So that one's going to be all about ice and snow. So that one's going to be far to the north. That's the Northern Lands. Think of Game of Thrones, the Forbidden Northern Lands. That's going to be what the final nation is. And that's typically, currently, if you're following the Genshin story, the Ice Nation is kind of the villain, like the main villain of the game is based out of the Ice Nation. So that's going to be the last one. That's 2025. 2024 is Fire. 2023 is Water. And then I think at that point, I think that's all of them. Because we've got, that's 7. Isn't that 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's all 7 of them. There's 7 nations. 1 for each element. Because you've got... See, you've got fire... You got cryo characters. You've got nature characters. You have fire characters. Wind characters. Electric characters. And who am I leaving out? I think water. Where's Broken Healer Girl? There she is. You have water. Dendro is nature. I just said nature, but yeah, Dendro, the green one. Yeah. Looks like a Candy Crush never-ending map. Really? I didn't think a Candy Crush, but yeah, like it's a pretty big map. Yeah. And the story's kind of like, sort of like the original Nier, where he goes on that quest to find, depending on which Nier you play, like if you played Gestalt, then it's a father searching for his daughter, or trying to find a cure for his daughter, but then he's looking for his daughter. And then if you're playing Replicant, then it's a brother looking for his sister. In this story, it's a brother or a sister. If you choose male, it's a brother looking for his sister. If you choose to play as a female protagonist, then it's a sister looking for her brother. So that's basically the synopsis of the story at the start. And yeah, you just basically travel around the world. It has a very kind of like... the story has like a very... I don't know if you guys ever watched the anime Monster Rancher. It's kind of like Monster Rancher. Or, I don't want to say Digimon. It's more like Monster Rancher, but without the monsters. Because it's like, I guess the monsters are like the party members that you meet. I don't know. It's like an isekai. It's like an isekai story, sort of. Although it's like a brother looking for his sister or a sister looking for her brother. You play the Monster Rancher game on the PlayStation? Yeah, anyway. I like the Spider-Man. They copied Spider-Man. See that? You got Spider-Man's web swing. I like the web swinging in this game. It's actually pretty fun. Why'd that squirrel disappear? He like vanished. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rush through the content to get through this in time. Well, I don't know if I have to rush. I mean, how far am I realistically? Like, Secret Summer. Let's see how many of these got. So I've already got. See, like this is what I mean. Like she's a free 4-star character. You do the event, you get a free 4-star character. So if you don't have Lila, you can get Lila just from doing the event. So it's like you don't have to roll on the gacha for the 4 stars because you just get them over time from events. So, yeah, I need to do. So, see, I'm currently at 258 out of 270. So, and that's how I got his outfit. His outfit was, you basically do the event, you get, and this is what I mean by FOMO, you do the event, you get 150 vouchers, and you turn them in, and you get the special skin, the outfit. You think they can add PvP? No, they can't add PvP. It won't work because PvP in this game will be so unbalanced and so unfair. Because if you go up against like a whale who has all the best 5-star weapons, max refinements, level 90, everything max, best artifacts, like you can't. There's nothing you can do, man. It's like it's so unbalanced. Like a free-to-play can't match a whale, and even like a free-to-play can't even match like a dolphin, like a low spender. Like someone like me, I'd be considered like a dolphin because I spend kind of in the middle. Like I'll buy the battle pass. Like if I'm playing this game hardcore, I'll pay for the Welkin, the $4.99. That's like the $5 a month, like kind of like an MMO sub. It's $5 a month or 30 days. So like I'll pay for $5 for 30 days. And I'll buy the $10 battle pass. So it's like 15. Think about that. That's like $15 a month. So in my mind, $15 a month as like a, think of it like an MMO subscription. To me, that's an MMO subscription, and that guarantees me 60 wishes on the gacha. 60 wishes a month, plus like freebie, FOMO, like primos from these events and stuff. That's a pretty good deal. But yeah, if there was PvP, you go up against a whale, you're gonna get full combo. You'll just straight up die. Like it's not even gonna be fun, man. Like that's I'm sorry, that's just how it is. Like you know how I know this? Because Tower of Fantasy has that exact problem. Tower of Fantasy has arena PvP, and Tower of Fantasy is a gacha game and an MMO. And let me tell you, PvP in that game is trash. It's trash because of like whales. Like so it's so pay to win, it isn't even funny. So yeah, it's like if they add PvP, it's gonna make people like quit the game. It's gonna make like all the light spenders and the free to players. They're just gonna like no, they're out, or they're just not even gonna like they're not even gonna do anything with that content. They'll just ignore the content. So it's like a waste of server space. So they'll patch it out at some point. So, but yeah, like $15 a month, and you don't have to. And like the nice thing about it is it's not like an MMO. Like it doesn't auto renew. So if you like pay the $5 or the $15 or $10, whatever, it's like a one-time thing, and then it never renews. So it's like, let's say you want to go hardcore for like a month, you pay your $5, you buy your battle pass for $10, that's $15, and you play the game for like 30 days, you do all your dailies, you do all the content, you basically rush through it, you burn yourself out. After that, you just walk away from the game, take a break from the game. I mean, I've done that like multiple times. And then you just come back later, and it's the same thing. So you don't have to worry about like trying to auto bill you for like another month or whatever. It doesn't do any of that. So that's really good. PvP only works when there is nothing like PvP only works when there's nothing that you can buy that changes the game. Yeah. And in this game, there's way too much stuff you can buy that can change a game. Okay, well, let me rephrase that. There isn't anything you can buy. The only thing that you can buy are like the ability to roll more wishes. And if you, over time, with a lot of wishes, you'll collect multiple constellations for characters. And you'll be able to basically power scale over your opponent, because if you've got constellations and they don't, that means your character automatically has better abilities that have higher scaling in terms of damage output, etc., that they don't have access to. And on top of that, you get 5-star weapons from the gacha, and the more you roll in the gacha, the more of those 5-star weapons you have, and those 5-star weapons are the best weapons in the game. So you have all best in slot gear, and you know, like mega whales will have max refinement of those. Like for example, I'll give you guys an example of why PvP won't work. So like if we go in my inventory here, you guys can see I've got like a couple of duplicates. So for example, let's use the Skyward Harp. Where's Amber? Where's Amber? Everybody's favorite, most OP character in the game. Amber. So like she is using Skyward Harp. So see, I have a rank 1. This is a refinement rank 1 Skyward Harp. That means this is a base Skyward Harp. Now, if you go up against a whale will have like a higher rank. So like, see, I have 2 of these. If I absorb this one, my crit damage goes up by 5%. It'll be 25% instead of 20. And then I'll have a 70% chance to inflict a small AoE, basically a shrapnel splash damage, dealing 125 physical attack. It can only occur every 3.5 seconds. So as you go up the refinement, you get higher crit damage, higher percent chance for AoE damage, splash damage off of your bolt or your arrow, and you're reducing the cooldown of how often that ability will proc. That is how the game becomes broken and pay to win if there's PvP. Because your weapon will outperform someone else who has the exact same weapon, but their weapon is only rank 1. Even though both your weapons might be max level. See? So that's one example. The other example would be like constellations. Constellations. So these typically, for a free-to-play, you wouldn't have any of these. Like, see, I don't have any constellations on this character. So typically, a free-to-play person will have a 5-star character with 0 constellations. But a whale might have the same exact character, but they have these constellations. These are basically modifiers that vastly improve either the damage output, their survivability, or the talent levels. Like, just straight up. Like just straight up. Like for example, this ability this automatically makes Amber fire 2 arrows per charged aim shot. 2. So she now shoots 2 arrows for every aim shot instead of 1 arrow. That's straight up like pay to win right there. Like if someone has this ability on a 5-star character. So now this is only a 4-star character. She's a free-to-play character. I jokingly said she's the most OP character. She's actually like the worst character in the game. Like, no joke. She's the first character that you meet in the story. So she's like the first free-to-play character that they just straight up let you gain access to. And then you get like 2 others. But like a 5-star character, like this guy, like Tartaglia. This dude is a gacha banner, limited banner character. Back in the day, this guy was one of the best characters in the game. Like a whale would get like all of his special broken abilities unlocked. And then they would just be unstoppable. So if there was PvP, you know, someone has like this guy, Constellation maxed out, versus me with Constellation 0, and my weapon's only refinement rank 1 and level 90, it's like, you know, I'm just going to get destroyed in PvP. It doesn't matter like how much you outplay them, because they're going to have better survivability skills, way better scaling on damage. So you make one mistake, they basically one-shot or two-shot you. And if you're playing your best, you have to hit them like 5 times to kill them. And they only have to hit you like 1 time to kill you. See what I'm saying? So just put a whale versus whale. $15 to refill your health. Oh man, to pay for like items and stuff during combat? Yeah. Yeah, no, it just doesn't work in these type of games. Like, the one game that tried that, and it failed miserably, was Tower of Fantasy. Go look up Tower of Fantasy, and you'll find, like, all these YouTube videos of people complaining about how PvP in that game is so dead, because it's like, oh, it's like whales only, and it's just like, you know, whatever. Anyway. Yeah, I went way over. I didn't expect to be streaming this long, especially talking about Genshin Impact of all things. So anyway, that's going to be it for this stream. I'm not sure. I think I'm going to try to revisit the memory overclocking on DDR5. I don't know if I'm going to do it like this weekend. Or well, I will revisit it at some point in the future, but I don't know. We'll see. You're going to head out? Okay. Yeah. Whenever you have time, just feel free to do that. So anyway, guys, thanks for stopping by. Have you thought about posting shorts, by the way? I have, but I'll think about it, Marcelo. Like, I was thinking about shorts. I really don't like TikTok videos, by the way. But you know, shorts might be another way to grow the channel, so the view count. So I'll think about it. I'll have to figure out like what my format's gonna be for the shorts content.
I'll teach you all right.
But anyway, guys, thanks for stopping by. I will catch you guys in the next live stream. So have a good night, and I'll catch you again. Take care.